Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie. Here. Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia. Here. Alexis Grimes. Here. Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay.
Here.
Christine Maurer. Here. Anna Smith.
Here. It is 6:15, and with the quorum of the board present, I now call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Community and board members, thank you so much for joining us this meeting in the audience and online. For those here with us in the audience, thank y'all so much. For everybody out there, we are so close to being almost able to relax our mask protocols, but not yet. We still do have those in place, so we will ask you to continue to work with us on masks and our healthcare protocols for this meeting and this evening. We will now move on to the next item of our agenda, our opening ceremony, and we will be going into our Pledge of Allegiance. Let me tell you about who's going to be leading us this evening in our Pledge of Allegiance. Cadet Airman First Class Isabella Gautier is the daughter of Mary and Paul Gautier. She is a freshman at Leander High School. Isabella is her AFJROTC class leader, and she is an avid student of the Austin, Shatakan Karate Academy. She also likes to read and write, loves to hang out with her siblings, and likes to create new ideas for clothing designers. After graduating high school, she hopes to start her own business in the fashion industry. Thank you so much, Cadet, for being online, I guess, virtual with us to lead us in our pledge. Now, if you all please join me and stand.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Board members, the next item on our agenda is the recognition of the Texas Bandmasters Association Exemplary Band Program at Canyon Ridge Middle School.
The Canyon Ridge Middle School Band Program has been selected by the Texas Bandmasters Association as the Exemplary Middle School Band Program for 2021. This outstanding honor is bestowed upon a band program based on many years of superior accomplishments. TBA officials surprised CRMS head band director Amy Allison with the award late last month. Canyon Ridge joined Cedar Park and Henry Middle Schools as recipients of this prestigious honor. Cedar Park High School has also been recognized with the High School Award. Congratulations to Miss Allison and her talented musicians, both past and present.
That's awesome. Congratulations, Miss Allison. We'll move on to our communication announcements. Superintendent remarks. Dr. Gehring, do you have any remarks?
Nothing at this time, Madam President. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our board member remarks. As far as activities, CTSBA and your Central Texas trustees joined with Texas trustees up at the Capitol today as we advocated for the federal stimulus dollars to come into our public education for our students. We met with our lawmakers. The reception was warm. Staffers were engaging, and we even had some lawmakers come off the floor to engage and say hi to us and tell us their desire to help support public education.
As a first-time trustee, it was my first time attending today, and it was quite an experience to see our fellow trustees in Texas advocating for public schools, and it was great to see our board president up there advocating for Leander ISD. So Trish, thanks for a great day. I do also want to say, last Thursday, I had the privilege to visit the cosmetology program at Leander High School, and I just want to say thank you to Miss Dudley for allowing Mitchie and I, we had a great morning, for attending and just getting a better understanding of this fabulous program that our district offers. I invite my fellow trustees to check it out, and thanks Dr. Gehring and staff for arranging these visits. I really enjoy them, but most importantly, it's amazing to get into the classroom and see these students and these programs that are truly life-changing for them. So thank you all again for arranging that visit.
I just had a couple save the dates, so mark your calendar for the Leaf Mudstickle on September 18th. Woohoo! I'm so excited it's returning, and we can all go play in the mud together. And Dr. Gehring will lap me again, so that'll be fabulous. And then also, April 27th is the Star Banquet, and so Leaf will be honoring our amazing teachers, so that's exciting. I hope that's on your calendar.
Alexis, will you tell me the date for the Mudstickle again, please? Sorry.
September 18th.
So I got to visit Canyon Ridge Middle School and got to see Miss Allison and her fabulous band students, and got to experience my super school visit. So thanks to the media team that puts those together. It's such a fun day. We also got to do Laura Bush as well, so that's coming soon. And then tomorrow I get to do Knowles and LMS. And then tomorrow night, I'm going to attend the Star Steppers spring dance show, and they're also including the Vista Ridge Color Guard as well. So it's a kind of a mixed event, so that's going to be a lot of fun. So yay.
All right, I'll go first. The Shack met again this week, fourth and I believe final meeting this year for the Shack. So great work by the members of that committee. I anticipate that we'll see a report from the work the Shack has done this year, I think May 20th, if I have my dates correct. So just wanted to let you all know.
Awesome. Thank you for that update. And Aaron, thank you for serving on that committee. I just wanted to chime in about the super school visits. I did one of those last week. Thank you for school community relations for setting those up and for being there and just for helping kind of arrange all of that. I was at Black House Creek, and it was at the start of the day, and it was so fun to be there with Principal Katie. We were outside talking, and she said, this is how she starts her day, like every day. She has to be outside, rain or shine, umbrella or not, like to greet everyone as they come in the door. And it was so wonderful to see all these little faces coming in. And if she was talking to me, they were like making sure, Principal Katie, like they needed to get their high five or just their eye contact with her to start their day. And it was a nice way of just seeing all the dedication and love that goes into that day at school, starting from even before the bell rings, throughout the entire day of just making sure everyone feels special and feels connected to someone. So it was a wonderful day. Thank you to Black House Creek for opening their doors and hearts to me. Tremendous. Okay. We will now move on to our citizens' comment portion of our agenda. Please note that this format is not a conversation. It's not going to be a back and forth discussion. So we'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will just sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. You will have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and we'll hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. And we'll go ahead and call up. We have 16, well, I guess if I take away the header line, we have 15 people who have signed up this evening. And I'm going to call up people in panels. I'm sorry, I have a together name, but I guess they're signed up as individual. I'm not sure how we're doing that one. So we're going to list them as individual, and we'll go from there. Tristan will be at the first table. The next one will be Jill Calcote, and then Angie Burnham. Y'all can, however y'all need to do it. All right, there is a microphone button in front of you. We'll ask you to press that when you're ready to begin speaking, and then your timer will be up there and ask you to conclude your remarks when it hits 3 minutes. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I'm reading for a teacher tonight who'd like to remain anonymous. This is part 1 of 2. At the risk of being the target of derision and rubber fallacies, I submit my objection to the inclusion of works containing explicit descriptions of sex and sex crimes into LISD classrooms for any reason. I'll lay out my arguments in a point-counterpoint format. 1, they're looking at pornography or having sex anyway. This is an overgeneralization, and though it may be true in some cases, if we extend this logic to other areas, the logic starts to fall apart. Some of our children are also drinking alcohol and experimenting with drugs. Should we also bring in a beer vending machine and serve it with a side of heroin? If students are already viewing the material, teachers don't need to provide it. Doesn't Leander ISD have counselors and sex ed teachers available to answer questions students may have? I firmly believe that some of our students will unfortunately become addicted to pornography. No harm is done in keeping pornography out of the classrooms or encouraging our children to keep a distance from it. But there will most certainly be harm done if teachers continue to normalize spectating explicit sexual encounters and sex crimes. Additionally, if teachers are desperate to bring pornographic content to children, I propose those teachers sponsor a sex club or porn club. It would not be funded by taxpayers, but instead by the booster, led by the parents that wish this content for their children. That way, the other parents won't be blindsided by teachers and the district that they trust with something that can't be taken back. Our children may be viewing pornography, but often this creates skewed expectations of sex, relationships, and even their own bodies. It does more harm than good, if any good at all. Victims of sex crimes won't feel so alone. Isn't this something that should be addressed by a therapist? To discuss this material with someone in a position of authority that could be the same gender as the perpetrator can be traumatic for a victim. Teachers are not sex or trauma therapists and have no business prescribing this material as a one-size-fits-all treatment for victims. Sites like Xvideos and Pornhub capitalize on eroticizing sex crimes. I refer to my argument above about the future of consumers of pornography. No doubt some of our children will grow up to be those consumers and also those victims. By keeping this content out of the classroom, we may help and protect both. Don't preach your values to my kid. It should be a matter of parental rights. Because parents are the most important educators in their child's life, they have the absolute right to teach their children more than what is covered in a biologically sound sex education course. Anything more than that is not the responsibility of public schools. So we err on the side of caution, looking for the raw definition, setting political definition completely aside. A conservative approach is the most appropriate. Then parents are free to teach at home more of what they deem important and appropriate. Like trying to put toothpaste back in the tube, the scenes and pictures in these works cannot be unseen, unheard, or unlearned. Innocence lost cannot be recovered. The second part of this will be read by speaker number 5, Sheila Pogson.
Thank you, Kristen. Jill?
Good evening, Leander ISD trustees and Superintendent Gearing. My name's Angie Burnham, and I have 2 children at C.C. Mason Elementary, a 2nd grader and a 4th grader.
My name is Jill Calcote, and I also have 2 children at CC Mason, also a 2nd and 4th grader.
This is our first time speaking before the board, and it is because we are concerned that appropriate strides have not been made to ensure the health and safety of our children and staff in the wake of the snowstorm that resulted in flooding of the CC Mason Library, hallways, and other areas.
Carpet was submerged for 4 days and was not checked for mold or replaced. Thousands of wet or damp books were boxed up and left in humid conditions. 26-year-old bookshelves were visibly damaged and are still in place.
We understand dehumidifiers were used and holes were drilled in the walls, and that is not nearly enough. Mold testing should have been a given, but it wasn't. And then mold was found in one of the front offices. That should have automatically triggered a wider mold testing and replacement of impacted items, but it did not.
Our children love the library. We love our librarian, Stephanie Beasley. She has created an inspiring learning environment. The baseline should be confirmed as healthy and safe, and it isn't.
We are here tonight to ask you to consider the integrity and quality of the library, that you would consider the same for your own house. We ask that you safeguard our students the way you would safeguard your own students. The one LISD hashtag that we all use is not just a slogan, it's a commitment to doing what is right for each student, for all of our students, for all of our staffers, and for all of our schools.
We don't believe that what we are asking of you is exceptional by any means. It is what you would want for your children, your staff, and your school. Please show us one LISD is more than an idea. Show us your commitment to the one LISD with action. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Tristan, Jill, and Angie, thank y'all all so much. We appreciate it. All right, we're gonna clean down those tables, and we'll have our next 3 speakers will be Hope Trinidad, David Brumley, and Sheila Pogson. All right, speakers, again, there's a little microphone button. You'll press it when you begin speaking and then press it again to turn it off. And Hope, whenever you're ready, you may start.
Hello, my name is Hope Trinidad. As a student, my parents, alongside many others, put their faith into the book selections made by educators. Through the year, we're assigned books not of our choosing, but the teachers. I was assigned the book The House on Mango Street by Sandra Cisneros. And the story follows a 12-year-old Mexican girl named Esperanza, which means hope in Spanish. In the book, she wishes for nothing more than a place to call her home and lists her various encounters with the people in her neighborhood. Throughout the book, it's evident that the story covers topics ranging from, in detail, sexual assault, abuse, teen pregnancy, child marriage, and so much more. I, as a student, did not feel comfortable with this book, nor do I understand the decision behind its inclusion in our education system. Being an underage child, I feel victimized by the negative sexual content that this book covers. And one of the excerpts from the book, it reads, "Sally, you lied. It wasn't what you said at all. What he did, where he touched me. I didn't want it, Sally. The way that they said it, the way it's supposed to be. All the storybooks and movies, why did you lie to me?" And it further continues with, "Sally, Sally, 100 times. Why didn't you hear me when I called? Why didn't you tell them to leave me alone? The one who grabbed me by the arm, he wouldn't let me go. He said, 'I love you, Spanish girl. I love you.' And he pressed his sour mouth to mine." This isn't the first instance in which Esperanza is sexually assaulted. Another quote reads, "He asked if I knew what day it was, and when I said I didn't, he said it was his birthday, and would I please give him a birthday kiss?" I thought it was because he was so old, and just as I was about to put my lips to his cheek, he grabs my face with both hands and kisses me hard on the mouth and doesn't let go. And another quote, "Sally got married like we knew she would, young and not ready, but married all the same. She met a marshmallow salesman at a school bazaar, and she married him in another state where it's legal to get married before the 8th grade." Just in these quotes, it not only proves my point regarding the book selection, it also shows several unhealthy predator situations. There are several inappropriate and distasteful sections in the book. and this is just one of the many books that are being read by LISD students. A large portion of the book selection for our units also consists of the same material and topics and is being normalized throughout our journey of being readers. I hope you keep this information in mind whenever discussing any of the books under review. Thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you, Hope. David?
My name is David Brumley. I'm here to voice my opinions about the current state of book clubs in LISD. I would like to share my experience with book clubs this year. I've had 2 book clubs in my English class this year. The first one, my book was My Friend Dahmer. I chose it, like I'm sure many others did, because it was a short book, and a book about a serial killer is a little bit more interesting to me than one about a teenage artist. When I got the book, I was genuinely surprised to find out that seniors were given a graphic novel. The book only took me 2 days to finish because of its low word count and simple vocabulary. A brief description of the book. The book was about a depressed alcoholic student who constantly threw fake epileptic fits and mimicked people with cerebral palsy as a joke. He enjoyed killing, skinning, chopping up, and dissolving small animals and even dogs. He murders a young man and proceeds to masturbate to the corpse. Nowhere on any resources given to us by the teacher was content of this nature mentioned. Throughout the book, it is mentioned that Dahmer did not feel like he could turn to anyone for help. It is also mentioned that he was too far gone, that is on page 160 if you'd like to check it out, to be normal. I think that this is a terrible message to be given to students who may be experiencing similar situations as Dahmer in his home life and at school. When it was time for our book clubs, even though I chose one of the most common books, there was nobody in the clubs to talk to. Nobody participated in any of these conversations, and the ones who did say anything admitted they hadn't read any of, much of the book, if they had read any at all. No meaningful conversations came out of that book club. The second book club, I chose the book Dry because the book that went with my research topic covered school shootings, and I did not feel like that was something I wanted to read about in school. Almost everybody else in the class chose the book Ready Player One because they'd either seen the movie, had previously read the book, or were planning on watching the movie. And then again, nobody participated in my group, and I eventually changed books to Ready Player One so I could try to have a meaningful conversation with another student. Regardless, nobody still participated. Teacher even stopped having book club meetings altogether, and there was never a conclusion to our book club reading. I don't see how such a morbid and disgusting book made it into the curriculum. I don't see how having 15 different books to choose from a class of 20 students helps with discussions. English classes, I think, in my opinion, should have a single book to read that is shared by all the students so it can be screened better for inappropriate content, and that so students can have better discussions with other students because they're all reading the same book.
Thank you, David. Sheila?
I'm reading the second part of the letter read by the first speaker, Tristan. The next point to counter is students have the choice to read them or not. Was this guaranteed? Was a proper disclaimer in place? Were parents given proper and accurate notice before selection began? With Leander ISD overruling on outside input and couldn't mail extra books to teachers for review, I don't see how. Additionally, like a meme in the internet, pornography distributed to students by their teachers is bound to spread like wildfire. Having small group discussion in the same classroom is not good enough to keep the material out of the heads of those that could be disturbed or harmed. If these were movies, would there be even a choice? A movie with the material, even with just one explicit scene, would not be allowed. Neither should it be in the written form in the public school classroom. The only reason you want, the second point of contention was the only reason you want these gone is because you're a racist, homophobic bigot. Being a mixed race woman and with further mixed race children and having experienced racism in Leander ISD as a student, parent, and mother, this is worthy of an eye roll. It falls short of leveling out any argument thus far presented and is not based in fact. It is purely an assumption and is a last grasp at discrediting the solid arguments in place. Name-calling has no place in adult discussions. If Leander ISD wants sexuality and race-diverse literature representing the queer and BIPOC experience, why did the decision makers choose these? If they didn't foresee the controversy, they have no business choosing books here. My guess, and it is only a guess, is they did know. How could they not? Did they have the racist and homophobia defense at the ready to ensure these books remained as grooming potential? Wild accusations. But what is one to think after an entire school year with no change? It is time they took the stand. It is disingenuous to pretend that this is simply a matter of content. It is a matter of location. These things and more are readily available to anyone with an internet connection or access to a library or bookstore. Deciding to exclude such materials from our school is in no way endangers their existence. It is instead a conversation about what is appropriate to spend our tax dollars on. If the Bible or Quran or Dr. Seuss is excluded because they may violate the sensibilities of some students and families, may I continue? How then do such graphic descriptions not also meet that standard? I have not spoken about my specific beliefs regarding these acts. I have not spoken to the qualities of this writing.
Can you just read your last sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the last sentence?
Yes.
Okay.
This conversation is not about that. This conversation is about appropriateness.
Awesome. Thank you, Sheila. And wait, did I do more? Sheila, David, and Hope. Thank y'all so much. We'll have our next three speakers, and I'm going to call first names because I don't see any repeated first names, so I won't have any mix-up. So Monica, Kara, and Leah. Kara and Monica? Leah. So Monica? Do we know if, well, while they check, Kara, if you want to go ahead and begin, and I'll tell you all the same thing. There's a microphone button in front of y'all. Press that when you get ready to speak, and press it when you're done. Thank you.
I currently have 3 children at C.C. Mason Elementary, and I have an incoming kindergartner this next year. In the letter that I received in reply to a letter I sent this week, I was told that Steam Clean, who's handling the remediation of the library, does not recommend mold testing. I talked to 3 different mold testers today, and all 3 of them agreed that the duration of the sitting water merits third-party mold testing. Also, that the rubber-backed carpet will prevent mold from growing underneath the carpet, but it will not prevent it from growing in the carpet fibers. On March 12th, I received the first answer from a letter that I sent in regards to this issue, and the processes cited have been the same before and after the discovery of mold in the carpet. I was given the same answer before mold was discovered and the same answer after it was discovered. My faith in the process has been broken because I was told that mold was not going to be an issue, and then mold was discovered. I keep getting asked by my community members why insurance isn't covering the damage. The TASB Property Coverage Agreement states, this coverage agreement is a risk sharing and risk participation agreement and is not a contract of insurance. This fund is not an insurance company, nor is any member insured. The risk sharing agreement also has exceptions for damage as a result of snow and ice when the damage didn't occur to the roof or the walls. The district is clearly not employing traditional insurance, which I assume is a cost-saving measure. But when a district self-insures through risk sharing, there is a reasonable expectation that when losses occur, the district must replace the damaged items. The only damaged items that were covered by the risk-sharing agreement were books. Expecting that we ignore that the bookshelves soaked up water for 4 days, have visible watermarks and bowing in the back isn't okay. Mason's bookshelves may look all right at first glance now that they have been put back up against the walls and hidden the damage to the backs. But to put water-damaged 26-year-old bookshelves back in place and pretend that nothing happened is unconscionable. The district currently has no replacement strategy for libraries either, which means that our students are expected to deal with subpar library furniture for the foreseeable future. If the safety of our students and staff is truly the top priority, then mold testing needs to be conducted to make sure that there is no other mold present. Your processes have already failed us once in that regard. Our children deserve to know with scientific testing that it's safe. They deserve to have furniture that has not been damaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Leah?
Hello, my name is Leah Ferguson. This is my first time speaking before the board. I have a son currently in the ELE program at Mason. He'll be a kindergartner next year. I also come with the concern regarding the mold. Was frankly pretty appalled that testing for mold was not just a baseline, at the very least, giving the assurance to parents of students and staff members and educators that work there that they would be in a safe environment. I live in a small, tight-knit, newer community who's zoned for Mason, and we have a Facebook group, and this has been something that has been spoken about, so I come representing many voices. Many of them are making the decision as to where to send their children to school, and a lot of them have hesitation in sending their child to Mason with the knowledge that not even testing has been done for the mold. You've already heard a lot of the data and specifics, but the fact that mold can grow within 24 to 48 hours of submergence in water, and the fact that it sat for 4 days does not bode well for the condition of that environment. Again, just wanting to truly feel the truth in the statement that safety is of utmost concern. Again, a baseline of testing would go a very long way in helping all of us to feel a lot safer for sending our children to Mason. My son has a severe mold allergy, and mold is harmful regardless. So we truly appreciate your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Leah? Our next 3 speakers will be Stephanie, Megan, and Wiley. Stephanie and Megan. Okay, so Wiley is missing. Oh, there we go. There's Wiley. Hi there. No worries at all. Speakers, when it's your time to speak, there's a microphone button. Be sure to turn it on when you speak and then turn it off when you are done. Stephanie, we will start with you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Tomorrow is the day of silence. It's Glisten's Day of action to spread awareness about the bullying and harassment of LGBTQ students. This week, I spent the entire day at the state capitol waiting for the opportunity to speak against House Bill 4042, which is a bill that would discriminate against transgender youth. At the end of the meeting, Rep. Burnell read the following statute. A single significant act or pattern of acts directed at a student that exploits a balance of power involves engaging in writing or verbal expression through electronic means or physical conduct that is either sufficiently severe, persistent, pervasive enough that the action or threat creates an intimidating, threatening, or abusive educational environment for a student or infringes on the rights of the victims at school. He followed that with pointing out that the bill met every one of those points and that intent is not required for something to meet the statute. Our district has systems that are broken, and though their intent is not to bully, and yet many will meet the points of that statute. Let's think a bit about the due process hearing that's been going on the last few days. We have systems that are broken, ableist, discriminatory, with no real oversight. This due process hearing has highlighted those issues. No matter the outcome, everyone here loses. The student, the parents, the district. The only winners are the lawyers. If we had better culture practices, training, understanding, and accountability, these hearings would not be taking place in the first place. I know the district has been researching ways to improve our culture practices, training, and understanding. A few incremental steps have been taken, such as the dress code and TASB 115 updates. Many of our students have a vast intersection of challenges, roadblocks, and identities. It is imperative that we begin taking more action to ensure we are not unintentionally bullying our students who have been marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Megan?
I'm here reading this on behalf of a teacher who was fearful to come forward tonight. I have been teaching in LISD for over 15 years. As teachers, we are afraid to state our exact years in the district because we do not put it past the former curriculum facilitator, who is now Director of Humanities, to look up who we are. We know how they work. Trust us, we have had to endure their unprofessional comments in meetings for years now. Those in favor of such books claim that those who do not want the books are banning them because we are against LGBTQ rights. It is the contrary. The language used in From the Notebooks of Melanin Sun does not make anyone feel comfortable. I asked adults who are gay, and they were outraged. Why not have a book about a student who is gay portrayed in a positive way, a success story, a story that a gay student would be proud of? Instead, the words are used gratuitously, as are the mentions of hard-ons. These words and the sex scenes are what my students will take away from the book, and not that it could be a challenge to have a mom in a lesbian relationship. This is a pattern we English teachers in this district have been dealing with under her leadership. She has not been shy about manipulating the system so she can push her personal agenda, and instead of listening to the teachers and administrators, she is now manipulating the media and board members by making it seem like we do not want these books because we are against the LGBTQ community, when this is by no means the case. She told us we did not have to read these books prior to handing them out. She did this because she knew we would retaliate. She set us up. She knows we will be the ones to clean it up. She specifically said, if you don't read the books prior to handing them out, then you won't be held liable for the content by parents. So many of us educators were appalled by this statement and knew that there was something wrong. The arrogance and audaciousness behind such a statement and thought is unbelievably unprofessional and deceitful. I don't know how a board member or the district personnel finds this okay. The former curriculum facilitator has been a bully for years towards those who question her. So many of us are afraid of her retaliation. For years, she has retaliated against many of us passive-aggressively. I also have a second letter I'm going to try and read fast from a member of our gay community on this books as well. To Leander School Board, I could not be there this evening. However, I wanted to voice my strong disapproval of the so-called literature that you have sanctioned, as well as attempting to normalize this vulgarity under the umbrella of diversity. Teaching minors about gang rape and the use of adult sex products is not diverse. It is not health class. Darn it. I will pass this to the person that comes next. Sorry about that. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Megan? Okay. Wiley?
That's the wrong button. Is that right? Okay, sorry. Good evening, and thank you for taking our community current concerns into consideration. For the record, I have 3 current students enrolled in LISD. I've been following the concerns of many parents connected with the Language Arts Reading Club materials, and I was delighted to read in a news article that LISD removed 6 of the age-inappropriate books under question. However, word that these books are actually still on school shelves and in classrooms is puzzling to me. Either I don't understand the term removed, or it's been used in an uncommon application. It makes me feel a little like the district's removal was simply a way to deflect scrutiny while making no meaningful change. Though not designed to do so, the book club's optional choice designation has been expressly used as a Trojan horse to circumvent our parental consent rights by a number of teachers paid by our tax dollars. I believe these teachers are acting on their personal principles, but with our children and our money. We have hired or elected you to teach our children reading, writing, and math skills, not personal or current ideologies. Our request is for transparency in who is choosing materials, precise and narrowly defined terms of the criteria used in the process of choosing materials, and clear and specifically defined goals for the desired outcome from the materials, so as to be sensitive and responsive to the expressed local needs of our Leander majority population without ignoring minorities' needs either. A tightrope act for sure, but one that you've been elected to and expected to perfect. One recent example of ambiguity in our curriculum is LISD's English 2 goal, which states to build a community of social change. I asked my 12-year-old if social change is good. His response was, I don't know. What changes are you talking about? This is a clear example of intended ambiguity. If my child sees it at 12, I'm sure that you do too. Please increase the levels of transparency and set up clear and unambiguous criteria for the process of selecting materials and intended outcomes. Our family will participate in the sick day this coming Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Wiley. Thank you, Stephanie, Megan, and Wiley, for coming out this evening. Our next 3 speakers will be Julie, Trista, and Steve. And after this panel, we have one more. All right, there's a button in front of you. Press it when you're ready to speak, and then press it when you're done. Julie, will begin with you.
Hi, I am reading on behalf of a teacher who is afraid to speak personally. Dr. Gearing and LISD school board members, during the last school board meeting, Dr. Gearing, you asked, where is this fear coming from? Who are these people who are so fearful? Here we are, but we can't speak publicly because current board members who are sitting in the room with us right now are a part of organizations who harass those who are not in favor of the radical agenda they are enforcing on LISD. Jen A was just promoted and is now in charge of humanities, so obviously those in administration are in favor of her. Jen is one of the 2 facilitators who are responsible for bringing pornography and a radical agenda to LISD, and she was promoted.
Can I ask you not to do names, if that's okay?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I'll try to just put the title in there. Moms and dads in our community, let that sink in. Our curriculum facilitator was instrumental in our curriculum shift, and she was promoted and can now do the same in another department. People who speak out get porn in the mail, get signed up for porn sites, get disturbing things mailed to them. Our superintendent and administration have created a culture where teachers are now targeted if they speak up against them. LISD has lost its way. We want to teach academics, not political agendas. Parents, take a look at where LISD is headed. Dr. Gearing, yes, we are fearful of being retaliated against by administrators. I need my job, and I am fearful that I will lose it if we tell you how much we hate the direction LISD has turned, because you have proven you are in support of it by promoting the curriculum facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Trista? Trista, if you would mind pressing the button. There's one
Come
more.
on.
There we
It
go.
goes.
Thank
you. I'm reading a letter from a teacher that was too afraid to speak out by her for herself. Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, I'm coming forward tonight as a veteran LISD educator, long-term parent, and taxpayer. My concerns tonight will highlight the public behavior of 3 current trustees. I'm not at liberty to call them out by name. I will respect that and extend them more respect than they have earned. I feel it's important to mention that I am very involved in board meetings, especially if I am supporting a particular agenda item or citizen speaker. I take board meetings very seriously and would hope that all do the same. I also try to keep an open mind when listening to all speakers, no matter what the message or who the messenger. I feel strongly that all in our community have the right to be heard and that should always be respected. I expect all board trustees to act accordingly with the same decorum while maintaining an even higher public standard. In the last year, I've witnessed this type of behavior coming from 3 trustees. For example, one of these trustees publicly called a sitting president a, quote, evil, disgusting, racist pig, end of quote, and that she, quote, had no respect for anyone supporting this monster, end of quote. The point here is that this very trustee encouraged a young female to speak before the board, denouncing a fellow trustee for doing the same thing. The hypocrisy of this trustee was shameful, and worse, she recruited an underage student to participate. The only redeeming takeaway from that meeting on June 11th, 2020, was a quote by the student referring to the board member, quote, "How are we supposed to trust you as a community when this is the conduct of administrators and the people in charge of us?" This quote struck me and ironically applied to all 3 of the trustees referenced here tonight. The same trustee took it even further online by publicly denouncing Hispanics, Muslims, and African Americans of their race and ethnicity if they did not share her political beliefs. She just disempowered and alienated half of the people she elected to represent. She just marginalized many of my students and their families. Does this promote the equity and diversity she so adamantly demands from the rest of us? As for the 2 remaining trustees, public comments, unfortunately, they are just as divisive. One disturbing post in particular, seen by many teachers and parents, in which the trustee condemns a sitting vice president in churches by quoting, Did Pence just ask for fucking donations to church who don't pay fucking taxes? Fuck all the way off. End of quote. This is the public behavior of an LISD trustee we want representing our students. I yield.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Steve?
The 3rd board trustee was noticed on Facebook joining in on a discussion pertaining to one particular speaker at a recent board meeting. The conversation was mean-spirited and even accused the speaker of being drunk. She was not. Other offensive accusations in the conversation included that the elderly woman was a bigoted piece of shit and that she was a shit show, intoxicated, and ignorant, along with saying she needed counseling. Our trustee took part in this conversation, never once standing up to this hateful rhetoric. Instead, she added to the mob mentality by stating that the speaker kept staring at her during the meeting. This clearly encouraged others to join in because why not? A board trustee is helping to set the tone, so it must be okay. I personally spoke with this lady before the meeting in passing, and I can tell you she was not drunk. This was an elderly lady that obviously had a slight speech impediment. She was also not speaking from a script, but rather from her heart with passion. Clearly, she was nervous. Ironically, I have listened to this particular trustee often refer to her children with disabilities, but she had no problem using this lady for sport. These examples of hate and intolerance far exceed free speech. Having a trustee's position does not give one a blank check on their public behavior. Trustee positions require professionalism and personal restraint for the greater good. The term trustee, in its broadest sense, means anyone in a position of trust, any person who holds authority, a person who serves. You do not give up your freedoms, but you do need to conduct yourself in honor of the position entrusted to you. When will someone on this board step up publicly and denounce the hate generated by certain members? This is counterproductive to what I do every day in this district, an educator who has devoted countless hours in LISD educating the whole student to be thoughtful, inclusive, and open to others' views and opinions. Yet these comments are coming from some of the very people saying I can find another job if I'm not on board with their agenda. This is coming from people who have never educated one student in this district. This level of hateful rhetoric can trickle down from the top and embolden and motivate others to join in without fear of repercussions. Hate and public lashing out is being normalized, and it needs to stop. This is not the district I started my career in years ago. Parents are looking for alternatives for their children. Longtime parents with multiple children have pulled them, and it's not just because of COVID. I have had many parents ask my opinion on whether to let their children remain. Someone on this board needs to step up publicly and say enough. Hate breeds hate, and it is in full force in LISD. This is not promoting equity and diversity. This is a sham, a farce, a facade being peddled to the people of this community to further personal political agendas, and parents are starting to wake up. It is frightening that some holding positions of influence and power within our district are adding to this division. In the words of the former LISD student statement to the board conducted on June 11, 2020, how are we supposed to trust you as a community when this is the conduct of administrators and people in charge of us?
Thank you, Steve. Trista, Julie, and Steve, thank you so much for coming out. We have one more panel, Paul, and then Monica from earlier. I guess she's not here, but do we try and make eye contact? Donna, do we know if Monica's here? Check, okay. Well, last call. All right, Paul, whenever you're ready.
I'll be pretty short with this. I used to work with an FBI profiler, so I've been watching each and every one of you since the moment I got here. You know what I noticed the most? That you're all, I shouldn't say all, yeah, you can't say all, but there's a lot of you with indifference. When the people are up here, it takes a lot of courage for people to come and talk to you. You're supposed to be the better of us, supposedly. That being said, after the lady brought in the sex toy, I went to the sheriff's office and asked them to investigate all of you. And I encourage anyone that knows anything about these books that came out, if you're a custodian and picked one up and you knew the content, if you're the teacher that administered it, whether you read it or not before or after, I encourage you to go to the sheriff's office and tell them who told you, when, where, why, and tell them how it made you feel, because that's what I did. And I look forward to a day when some of you go to jail. That material, it's inappropriate. On a side note, I used to work with the media, all sorts of media. And interesting enough, some of the media I worked for with Playboy and another company called the Pink Pages. It's an alternative lifestyle magazine. They were the nicest people to deal with. And I was always kind of pleasantly surprised. The top tier media, some of them were pretty nice. But these others, Playboy and that Pink Pages, they knew who they were. And as I'm hearing the people come and talk and your indifference, do you guys know who you are? Because I believe at some point, hopefully at your trials, you'll find out who you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. All right. We will now move on to the next item in our agenda.
Madam President, can we take a quick bio break?
Quick.
Can we take just a 3-minute break?
We can
Restroom?
totally take, we want just a 3-minute break. Let's take a 3-minute break and we'll come back at 7:14. All right, board members, we are back. It is 7:16, and we'll move on to the next item in our agenda, the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve, unless you want to pull it off and discuss it.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim, a second from Alexis. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I did see you put up both hands, Anna, but you can only go once. All right, we'll move on to our superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. We're glad to bring you some mixed bag of information tonight. So as you've noted, it's not a COVID report anymore, but a superintendent report. So we've thrown a couple of extra things in there. As we go through this, we'll try to step through as quickly as we can. We will start with the COVID information. Our human resources information hasn't changed much really in several months, so that is good, stable data. Our enrollment and attendance data has changed significantly and to the good. So you can see we're continuing to steadily tick up, especially at the elementary level. We have lost a few students at the secondary level. But our total number is still climbing very slightly as we go through. More importantly, our in-person number continues to rise significantly as more and more families decide that it's now safe to come back to in-person learning. So our elementary number is pretty stable when you consider the additional new students in there. We're still at 67%. Our secondary number is coming up, and that overall number is increasing, and we'll see why that's important here in this slide, which is the hold harmless percentage. So it's difficult to read on there, but we are required under the law now to be able to reach greater than 48.5% of in-person attendance for 11 out of the days out of the last 6 weeks. That number shifted, was 13 before, but because of the snow storm, we have had to adjust the last 6 weeks slightly. So we're down to 11 days that we have to have that number. The last 6 weeks started April 12th, so you can see those first 4 days are up there. So we're good 4 out of the 11 already in the bag. We're only up till April 15th because teachers have 5 days to adjust those attendance rates, so those are not final yet after that. But as we look at the data that is not finalized yet, we are still confident that we'll be able to make those 11 days of greater than 48.5%. So we feel relatively good, cautiously optimistic at this time about achieving hold harmless for the last 6 weeks. As you can see, our cases continue to fall. I think that staff number of 0 indicates that vaccinations are kicking in and that we're starting to see the effects of not only continued protocols in the district, but also the fact that our folks have been vaccinated. You can see those positivity rates in both Travis and Williamson County, both under 5%, which is very good news for us as we continue to go forward with our COVID protocols. This hasn't changed except for the vaccinations by county. So you can see Williamson County, almost at half of the population, had at least one COVID shot. All of our staff has been eligible for vaccinations since March 4th, our 16 pluses since March 29th, and we'll continue to work with any staff that is requesting vaccinations to try to get them done. Many of us have received their second shot already, and we still have others in queue for that. So we continue to work diligently to make sure that all of our staff who wish to get vaccinated have that ability. We'll talk a little bit about next year enrollment. We continue to have registration open for all new students and also for returning students within our SIS system. So you can see that our pre-K enrollment is up significantly, even over this current year, which is very good news. And our kindergarten numbers continue to rise significantly. These numbers are important because I think that's where we lost the majority of our students this year in the COVID year. And so that's why we're watching these numbers specifically and are very glad to see these numbers rising. We've just recently opened new student registration and online enrollment verification inside the SIS for our returning families. And as of today, we had almost 8,000 students re-registering who are already part of the system, and close to 1,600 new registrations in the system already for next year. And so those continue to be important numbers for us to really watch carefully because of the uncertainty of the enrollment as we go into next year. Our key message is to our community is it's really important for you to tell us if you're coming back to LISD for 2021, 2022. This will significantly help in our planning process to make sure that we have the resources necessary to house all of the students that we will see in the coming year. I did have the opportunity to visit with population and survey analysts, our demographer today. I spoke to Dr. Stacy Tepera in College Station, and she reiterated to me that the 8.6% projection that they made for growth of students next year is a number that she is still comfortable standing by. I really asked her to just give us an update on what they were hearing and what they were seeing, and whether she had any hesitation in still recommending that number as their moderate growth number. And so she confirmed that based on three things. Number one, the students who did not come to school this year that are in our district. Also, the students who have moved into our district during the year and we know are in houses in the district but have not enrolled in LISD at all yet. And then also, of course, as the housing boom continues in our district boundaries, those students are then completely new to the district in those new houses. And so we continue to see really strong economic growth in Austin, as indicated by several different factors. And so she was comfortable in reiterating the fact that she felt like, if not in August, then sometime during the year, we would see somewhere close to that 8.6% student enrollment growth next year. This is where we divert a little bit from some of the regular things that have been showing up in this report. I have a Student Superintendent Advisory Council. I actually have two of these. One is a group of juniors and one is a group of seniors. We've been meeting with them virtually all year long, once a month. And this time in April, we were very fortunate to be able to bring them all together, the juniors and the seniors together in person in one of our libraries. And we had a really fantastic half a day with them. And Sarah Martinez, Dr. Martinez, and April Chaved helped walk us through a small PDSA cycle of continuous improvement, and their focus is on student empowerment. So they've done some great work helping us to kick off what our graduate profile refinement looks like. They have done some fabulous work around really helping us envision what student empowerment looks and feels like to them as students, their current situation in the district, and then what they'd like to see in the district going forward. And so I'm very happy that several of them have agreed to come and visit with you as a board on May 20th. And so we'll bring them up as a panel so that you can have some conversation with them about their work around student empowerment, which I believe ties very closely to the incredible work that you've been doing as a board on core beliefs and on vision and now on mission as well. And of course, that's connected to our refined graduate profile that we're still working on. So we're very, very pleased to have student voice at the table. It's really critical to us as an administration, and we're glad that you find it important too. And we look forward to you visiting with those students on May 20th. We thought we'd put in a couple of upcoming events here. And so just a couple of things to highlight. You already heard about Leaf Star Awards. We had a virtual job fair for our secondary schools on April 21st, and that went incredibly well. I know Carolyn told me the number of chats that were part of that, which is, I think, 1,000 or 1,100. And so we have an elementary fair coming up on April 28th, and these are working really well for us in this virtual setting. Teacher Appreciation Week, of course, is coming up, and we have made some changes to allow for our parent supporters to send things into our schools for our teachers. While those are still going to have to meet some protocols to make sure that we stay safe, we are very happy that we're back in that place where we can recognize our teachers for the incredible work that they continue to do. The CFAC subcommittees will be making their presentations to the CFAC Steering Committee on May 11th. We've had 2 updates from the subcommittees to the Steering Committee already. We had one this week, and those are going very well. And so once the Steering Committee has all of this information, then they'll start their diligent work in order for them to be able to bring or not bring a recommendation to the board about how we proceed sometime in the month of June. School is almost over for us. Last day of school, May 27th. We have 6 traditional graduations, which we're very pleased to be able to offer in person and outdoors at Gupton Stadium, and you can find details about those on our website. And then that will be closely followed by our annual State of the District presentation, and you can find more information about that as well. We want to continue to make sure that we really thank our incredible staff, our students, our parents, and the community for the patience that they've had in very challenging times. Because we've all come together as one LISD, I think we've been able to overcome many of the challenges that we faced. We acknowledge that things are not perfect, and they will never will be. But as a continuous improvement district, we always will do a couple of things. Number one, we'll acknowledge when we mess things up, and we'll own the mistakes that we make. And then we'll step forward and try to find ways to make improvements. And a very critical part of that process is the feedback that we get and the data that we analyze constantly about our performance. And so we truly appreciate when our citizens and our community and our students especially feedback and let us know how things are going. We have tried to do a really good job of listening to our internal stakeholders, our staff, and make sure that we're meeting their needs and our community as well. And so we encourage you to keep bringing that feedback to us, and we'll continue to continuously improve and try to get better every day. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board members?
Dr. Gearing, just one question for me. I noted this week, I think Superintendent and Katy ISD announced that effective June 1, they would no longer have a mask mandate in Katy. Just wondered what our community might anticipate, what we as a board might anticipate in terms of adjustments to our current mask policy. The inputs or drivers of those changes in current policy, and what, if any, work that's ongoing right now as relates to summer school and fall.
Thank you, Aaron. At this time, we have no intent of changing our mask policy. At this point, we are working very closely with both Williamson County Health Department and Travis County Health Department. We will continue to work very closely with them and with our internal team as well to make those decisions. When I say we're not ready to make those decisions yet, we still have time before the end of the school year to continue to work on that. So we are planning for summer activities. Many of those will be, of course, in person. Some of those will be virtual. And we're not ready yet to make decisions for the fall. We know that the waiver that TEA had for virtual learning this year is in place for this current school year, and no extension has been made to that waiver. There are some virtual schools bills that are in process at the legislature. We're waiting on the outcome of those and trying to prepare for different eventualities, but we haven't made any decisions yet about what the fall might look like.
So just to clarify, it sounds like there is no intent to make any adjustment for summer. Is that correct? But fall may be a different matter?
will you clarify intent to adjust what?
Well, I think specifically asked about mask policy, right? And it sounds like you're suggesting there's no current intent to make any adjustment for summer, but
No,
we're continuing to work with local health officials as it relates to maybe the fall plan, or maybe I'm supplying my own facts here. You tell me.
I apologize. Let me clarify. We are not ready to make a decision yet about either the summer or the fall. So we're continuing to work with both of the health departments to make sure that once we're ready, we will make those announcements and make sure that communication is clear.
Side note, because I also heard Commissioner Mike Morass speak at the State Board of Education, because he was asked this very question as far as what TEA is going to continue to do forward with their public health guidance. And he also responded to the SBOE that he didn't think it seemed likely that they will be putting forth a public health framework for the fall school season. So again, he was also looking toward the fall as well, as far as their public health guidance. All right, board members, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to discussion and action items, operations, and we will move to the 2021-22 total compensation recommendation. Board members, I know that we have overlap of discussions this evening. My goal is to hopefully keep the bulk of the discussions in the right agenda items. But Elaine, we did ask her to come sit up in case there's a quick question, if we needed some clarification, because it might impact our discussions later, or because later in discussions might impact it now. Also, if I can, this is it's a public meeting for board business, but that does mean that people are listening in online or watching online. So if y'all would all just state your names too when y'all speak, that'd be great.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam President. And Board of Trustees and Dr. Geary. We are here to give the annual report on the compensation system for the district, as well as an update on the self-funded healthcare plan. I am Carrie Lynn McSpadden, Chief Human Resources Officer, and Kelly Vito, our Executive Director of Total Rewards, will be going through the presentation. Some of these slides will look very familiar, but we wanted to make sure we included some of the history for our 2 new board members within the presentation. So feel free to ask any questions once we finish the presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Kelly and we'll begin.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. I'm very excited to come and talk to you about our Total Rewards review. And I am Kelly Vito, the Executive Director of Total Rewards. So to get us started, I did want to remind us that we have been doing a compensation review on a cyclical basis for several years now. We are going to move from a 3-year to a 2-year cycle. So we will be looking at our professional administrator skills 1 year, and then the next year we'll move to our paraprofessional auxiliary skills. We do look at our teacher skills, our stipend skills, and just our overall market positions every year. The reason we're making this change is because our local districts are also doing much more detailed market reviews, and we want to stay competitive with them. So this is a very busy slide, but it is a very important slide to show the 7-year history that we've been doing these comprehensive salary scale reviews. The main thing I want to point out is that our board has been incredibly supportive in reviewing, listening to our recommendations and approving those for changes to our scales, which really has kept us very competitive in the market through the years. So for the across-the-board increase, the first thing we want to talk about is what are the other local districts looking at doing this year. And as of today, this is what we know. Most of our local districts are looking to do somewhere between a 1% and a 2% increase. We did want to point out that last year, many of our local districts did do between a 2% and a 3% increase. So, also, Round Rock, who went to their board recently, is doing some additional adjustments to their teacher scales just throughout their scale. So just to give us a historical perspective over the last 5 years, you can see the increases that the district has made across all our scales. I do want to point out that in 2019-20, that was House Bill 3, and the board approved a very historical increase for teachers, librarians, and counselors, and also a 4% increase for all the other scales that year. And then last year, there was a one-time $800 PPE stipend that was approved. So this slide shows us our historical teacher pay. The gray columns show how we compare to the state as a whole, the Central Texas area, and then Round Rock specifically. And you can see that historically we have stayed competitive with those increases across the state. So this slide shows that where our position is right now in 2021. The way to read this slide is everything that's highlighted in yellow is where we are falling behind the other district. I do want to point out where our salaries are there at the bottom in orange, and then right below that it says comparison to the median. So that is our market position. We do try to stay within 10% of the market, 90% to 110%. You can see that we are right at or slightly above or below market. Over on the far right, though, in that blue column, you can see that our average teacher salary is 99%. For comparison purposes, however, in 2019-20, we were 104% of the market. So we were leading the market, so we did lose some market position. The next slide shows with the 2% recommendation for next year, what our position would be based on what we are assuming the other districts will do. There's less yellows, so we are making some of our position back up, and you can see we've made 1% increase there in the blue for the average teacher salary.
Kelly, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just a quick question for clarification. When we look at average salary, that is significantly impacted by average tenure of a teacher in a district, correct? So for instance, for Austin ISD, it looks like the average tenure is pretty close to 20 years. But in Leander, that would be very different. And so the average salary comparison might suffer because of years of service being so different. Is that fair?
That is fair. Ours has stayed pretty consistent through the years at around 11 years is the average tenure for our teachers. But that can change, just like you said, from year to year and district to district. So just for comparison, our counselor salaries still remain competitive with the market. We are in a good position with them. And then these are the scales that we reviewed last year. So the administrator professional skills, we did our deep comprehensive review for them last year so that you can see we are in that market range that we would like to be for these positions. I do want to point out that the lower the number of increments and number of employees in any particular job, the more that market range might fluctuate because our salaries are based on an employee's experience. So if we have a less experienced employee, they're going to make less than the market. More experienced employees can make more. So now I'm going to go on to the specific scales that we looked at this year, which is our office paraprofessional and our auxiliary scale, or our non-exempt staff that we look at. When we look at compensation reviews, what we are trying to do is look at in detail at our salary scale compared to what's going on out in the market and see if there are adjustments we need to make to that scale that go above and beyond any across-the-board increase that might be approved. So these are pretty standard jobs that we have across many ISDs locally here, and we look in our local market. Those are our 6 local districts that we compare all our salaries with. So our OP scale, or our office paraprofessional scale, is really broken down into 3 big categories. We have both our campus and our central office paraprofessionals, and then we have our instructional assistants. So this slide shows in those 3 categories, the orange is where our market position is now, and the gray shows where our recommendation will move us to give us a better market position. And then this also shows the breakdown almost 1,000 employees in these scales and at a cost of $473,000 to make this adjustment. This would mean that employees in the scale would average around 3.7% increase. And that includes it's not on top of the across the board, it's encompassing the 2% recommendation of an across the board. For our auxiliary scale review, we have several different groups. Our 4 big main areas that we look at here are transportation, plant services, custodial, and our child nutrition group. And then there are a couple of other groups in this auxiliary scale area. So again, the orange is our current position and the gray shows where our recommendations will place us. So that we want to point out 2 things with this review. We had an overall budget of $1 million for the compensation review this year, and we wanted to be respectful of that budget and our recommendations. So our recommendations show how far we think we can move these scales staying within that $1 million budget. Also want to point out that our local districts, like I said, have been doing their own scale reviews over the last several years. One that has been particularly intensive reviews is the transportation area. I think y'all might remember a few years back, bus drivers' scales were being reviewed very often, sometimes mid-year and multiple times. And so we are a little bit more behind in that area, but we have this recommendation will bring us a little bit closer to where we would like to be. The breakdown of that cost of the recommendation would be right around $500,000 to make these adjustments, and again, around a 3.7% on average for these auxiliary employees. However, we did want to note that that did not bring us as far into the market competitiveness as we would like. And if we were to move these scales even more, that would cost an additional $600,000. Our recommendation is that we move this $600,000 to the budget for next year. So when we're looking at the administrator and the professional scale, we would also include this amount to further adjust the auxiliary scale so that we didn't have to wait a full 2 years before we could come back and look at this again. We also look at our stipends every year. So the remaining of that $1 million is made up here with some small tweaks to our stipends. Our stipends look in pretty good shape, but we do want to add a National Board Certification stipend for those teachers that currently have that stipend. We have a Kate High School Program of Study Lead, but this will be completely paid out of the Perkins Grant. And then a couple of extra days because our middle school choir is a little bit behind the market. And then we would be adding a bilingual librarian stipend. Total of that is $27,000. So total for the review is $1 million in our recommendation. So since we're trying to talk through a total compensation, we do also want to talk about our benefits at the same time so we can get the whole perspective. Again, this is somewhat a busy slide. I would like to focus on the top line that's in orange or gold that shows how our total cost has been changing over time. Usually that is an upward increase. I do want to point out that in 2020, the plan costs were lowered. That is a result of COVID because many of our members either delayed or avoided some of their procedures during that time period. And so that happened across all districts and all other sectors of society, but we did experience less cost in 2020. But you can see in 2021, we are on track to be back where we probably would have been without that dip in 2020. Did also want to point out the second line there that talks about the employee average premium change. And to say that for the last 2 years, we have been very fortunate to be able to maintain our employee premiums or slightly lower them in some tiers. So we have an overall decrease in employee premium costs for the last 2 years. So on this slide, we are comparing our health contributions and the district's costs compared to our local districts. In the chart on the right, you can see that we are right there, right in the middle of that. So the district not only contributes a certain amount for every employee, we also add to our fund for employees that are not enrolled in our plan. And so we want to make sure that we put that cost in there to be comparable. We do, however, believe that some other districts also supplement their medical plans, but we have no way of knowing exactly what that would mean. So it's possible that some of those other district monthly numbers might be slightly higher. On the left side, we're trying to point out the benefits of being self-funded. As you will notice, 4 of our 6 local districts are also self-funded. Being self-funded gives us much more flexibility to set our own plan designs and have richer plans than TRS might set. Also, probably one of the biggest drivers is that if we were to go into TRS active care, our employees would experience a 61% increase in premium costs to go over to TRS. So we believe we are able to have richer plans and lower premiums as a self-funded plan. So we wanted to show you an example of a total compensation comparison. So this example is a tenured teacher salary plus a district contribution, just to show why it's important to talk about both compensation and benefits in one presentation. What this shows us for this year is that we are very competitive but still fall slightly behind Round Rock based on last year's changes. So we've talked about this for several years now, but health insurance cost, health cost in general, continue to increase. They average around 4.5% a year. For our plan, that was about $1.3 million for last year. So even though our employees had less procedures and less services, the cost of any of those services was actually more. So I also wanted to point out through the TASB survey that almost 3/4 of all other school districts had an employee premium increase for this year, and the majority of them did pass that on to their employees by increasing their premiums. Since that slide shows that when there are costs overall to the plan, it has to be paid somewhere, and that is a cost share program that we have. What this shows is our own plan cost share. The gold represents how much the employees are contributing, and the blue shows what the district is contributing. Historically, for the last several years, the board hasn't approved an additional amount into the medical fund. What this does is help keep that cost share consistent so that the goal doesn't get bigger and bigger every year. I will point out that in 2020, it does look like the goal is slightly higher than normal. Again, that was the COVID impact year. Since employees didn't do as many procedures, they weren't hitting their deductibles or their out-of-pocket, and so they picked up more of the cost than they normally would. You can see in 2021 that that has normalized back. Again, very busy slide with a lot of information. What I want to point out on this, though, is that we work very closely with our medical plan consultant to review our plans every year to look for any program enhancements we can find to actually save money, so we don't have to look for extra money, or we don't have to push any additional cost of healthcare onto our employees in some ways. So the bottom line shows that each year we are able to find some increased savings by these program reviews. I do just want to highlight the most significant one we did for 2021, which is we have 2 new plans with our new partner, Healthcare Highways. This is a limited network plan, but the limited network is very much many of our healthcare partners in the Leander area, in our overall Leander School District area. And it did result in much less expensive premiums for our employees. So there are 2 new choices, plan choices, that we're really happy that we are able to offer our employees this year. So this slide shows our comparison to both Round Rock and TRS Active Care. The top chart is Round Rock, the bottom chart is TRS. I will say that very first line there talks about plan values. That shows that our plans are actually richer in terms of the benefits, including everything from deductible, out-of-pocket, all the things that go into a plan, than every other plan at Round Rock and every other plan at TRS. So we do have very comparable rich plans. However, and at TRS, I will say that our premiums are less expensive than theirs at every level. Last year, Round Rock made a recommendation that was approved to have additional funding, and they used that funding to lower their premiums. So you can see here what's highlighted in yellow, that our premiums are higher than theirs at every level where we compare with them. However, again, I do want to point out that our two new healthcare highway plans are not comparable to their plans. They don't have something that looks like that. So we do have two attractive plans at lower premiums that are in the mix now that we can compare directly with them. So we've talked about this for a couple of years as we're trying to look to the future all the way to 2022 and what we might do. We're several months out, but we have modeled to show you what certain things would look like. So in this model shows that in 2022, without the additional funding that was removed from the budget assumption, we believe that the fund could still handle that with a zero premium increase for employees, somewhat due to that COVID impact in 2020, which increased our fund balance at that time. However, it does look like that for the 3 years moving forward, there would need to be some type of premium increase so that we can ensure that our fund balance stays where it needs to handle claims impact. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was trying to understand what the blue line that says ideal fund balance level is. There's not an axis that I can see that relates to it. Is it numerical, or is it just graphical to show a trend, or help me connect the dots on that one?
So our consultant recommends and our actuary recommends that we maintain around 35% of our total cost and fund balance so that we can handle claim trends, which have a tendency to swing very much from year to year. So that is sort of a numerical line that shows the 35% of expected district cost.
So just to help orient me, is one of these data points at 35%, or are we rising to 35%, or from 35% we're rising up to 37 or 40? Or
it is a consistent 35% of a number that's increasing. So to orient you, in 2021, that looks somewhere close to around 7-8 million. But by 2025, that's closer to 10 million because our costs are increasing every year. So the line is, so we're showing that if we dip too much, we will go below the 35% needed in fund balance to be able to tolerate the claim swing that we have. So,
okay, so it is because it's a projection, it's a flat line, but it does correlate to the left axis. So it starts under 8 million and rises to over 10 million. It follows that axis, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So just to summarize again, the plan can handle, we believe, that 0% increase to the premiums, but then there would be premium increases expected in the following years. We did want to show you one other scenario if we were to try and become more competitive with Round Rock's reduced rates. What that would look like without the additional funding for 2022 would be a 14% average decrease to our premiums to get us down to their levels. However, if you look out in the future years, that our model is showing that's double-digit increases that would be pushed to employee premiums. So pretty much we would wipe out any savings in 22. We'd have to turn back around in 23 to make that back up. So based on this, we are not recommending this model. We would recommend the first one because while we do want to be as competitive as we can with Round Rock, we do also want to point out that we have our two new healthcare highway plans that we believe offer us some competitive advantage there also. And then we did just want to talk about for this year the enhancements that we have made. I've already mentioned the healthcare highway plans. We renegotiated our pharmacy contract and have a new specialty drug, which resulted in some significant savings. For our employees who are married within Leander ISD, we significantly reduced their premiums this year, which was a great benefit to them. During our continuous improvement conference, we had a record number of presentations regarding employee wellness, which were very well received at the virtual conference this year. And then we also offered free COVID testing for all our employees who were exposed at work to ease that financial burden for them if they needed to be tested. And then, as Dr. Gehring has mentioned previously, we've offered numerous opportunities to get our staff vaccinated, both opportunities to go somewhere else, and then we've offered several on-site clinics for them. So just finally, in benefits, wanted to talk about our focus for the rest of this year and sort of remind you of our 1U model, which is all about the whole employed. We know we talk about the whole student. We think it's important, especially in this very difficult year, to focus on the whole employee. Our focus this year is on a very strong communication platform. I do want to point out that if you're looking in your board book, it does look like when we PDF'd, you might have lost some of the details. So we will update your board book with that, and you may want to refer up here so you can see these. But these are our different 6 aspects of the 1U program, and that we are offering in every area, trying to get information out to our employees. We just had a Choosing Happiness webinar 2 weeks ago. I think we had 95 people with stellar comments back of how helpful it is. We're doing stress awareness next week. We've done significant financial awareness. We have a very well-received baby shower that we do for expecting parents. So we really are trying to focus in all areas to support our employees. I do also want to point out something we've talked about for several years, and we're excited that we're finally launching our Employee Wellness Champion program. Starts in a couple of weeks, where we have representatives from every campus and department to come and be peer supporters of these programs. So just in summary, the 2% recommended increase is about $5.5 million. The compensation review is $1 million, with a grand total of $6.5 million. And then we did want to discuss with you some potential pay increase options that would be in addition to the 2% across the board increase. So options 1, 2, and 3 are certain criteria. If certain criteria are met, we could have an additional 1% across the board that could be approved at a later date based on certification of those criteria. It would be either any of those 3 could be met, but in total, it would be no more than a 3% across the board for the entire year. And the one-time lump sum could either be in addition to or in place of the top 3 options that could be provided at some time based on the board's pleasure. Lots of information, but is there any questions I can answer?
So board members, what I'd like to ask for us to do, and for all tonight as we go through the budget discussions, is ask one question or make one statement. Make sure we all get to share out. Just keep rotating the conversations. And then when it dies down, if you have complete statements or speech or discussions or tons of points you want to make, you can do that in the second half of the conversations. But this first one, let's just make sure we share the mic and let everybody kind of get off their points. And we'll do that for the evening, if that's okay.
Kelly, I have just one quick question. I think the 3 options for the additional % increase, I was just trying to put a value on that. If I'm backing into it correctly, that's about $2.6 million in any case, whichever mechanism we might choose. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly right. About 2.7 million.
Okay.
I have a question about market rate for transportation, plant services, and custodial services. It's still being so low. I'm wondering, is kind of like, how did we get so low in that market value? You know, looking at some of our other adjustments, the adjustment gets us slightly over 100% or right at 100. And for transportation, this gets us to 89, and plant services 92. I feel like there's no other area that we are that low below market value than this auxiliary services. Is that correct?
So let me say two things for that. So one, yes, that's in our recommended. Again, with the additional 600, we do make more progress. One of the things with our auxiliary group is we do have pretty regular turnover. It averages around 25, 26%. That's not unusual with that, with those type of positions. However, what that does is that we have lower experienced employees in that area. So in general, their market ratios are lower because of that. That influences it. Also in transportation specifically, there was so much competition with bus drivers specifically that all other districts are also struggling with at what point are bus drivers where they need to be in the market, and how does that compare to how they relate to other positions in the transportation. There is a ceiling of how high we can move everyone up. So there's a little bit in the transportation, a balance between that, getting our bus drivers as close as we can to an appropriate market position without bumping up against all those other transportation jobs that might be higher than them.
Thank you. Anna?
I just had a comment. I noticed in the 2021 column that y'all added ABA coverage, and I just wanted to say thank you, because I know that a lot of parents, that option isn't available in Texas through a lot of insurance, and I know a lot of our employees, I know we're advocating for it, and that just makes our parents' life a lot easier. So I just wanted to say thank y'all, because that is, trying to navigate the ABA world is a whole nother feat in itself.
Yes, and thank you for that, Anna. That was something that we worked on with our consultant for about a year and a half. It's kind of a tricky area, but we are very, very grateful that we were able to bring that service into the plan. So thank you.
And I'll just do a statement that I appreciate and agree with your recommendation on bringing back our auxiliary services, so we don't have 2 years, but we keep coming back at this. So thank you.
I just had a quick follow-up to Gloria's question. I'm, I guess, concerned a little bit about transportation because of our past experience there. And I know how challenging that can be for us if we don't have enough drivers. Is there risk that if we don't do something more here, we encounter a problem beginning of school in the fall where we just don't have enough drivers, or how sensitive are we in that department?
So, I mean, it's definitely a supply-demand concern. You know, a couple of years ago, several districts, we got into this race for the top. And you can only go so far with that, as Kelly was stating, on the compensation. So one of the things that we did implement was placing a recruiter. We took 2 bus driver positions, created a recruiter specifically for the transportation department to help alleviate and do some aggressive recruiting for those positions. There's always the risk that, you know, the supply might not catch up to the demand, but I think we're in a good position to recruit for those positions, as well as we form partnerships with ACC and our own department, within our own department, to self-train for those positions. So it gives us an edge on being able to bring people who are not CDL trained, bring them in, personally train them, much quicker process to get them turned around. So I think we have some things in place to offset that, but definitely there's always the risk.
I have a question on slide 25 with the medical insurance history. I'll do a statement later after somebody else goes. My question for right now is the average premium increase. I'm trying to look at those numbers to understand how that works. And it's just, I think I'm missing something. So the average premium increase was 9% in 2019. And for example, the item right under it, the low plan employee premium was $19,786. In 2020, the premium increase was a -1%, but those numbers are exactly the same for the low plan and the medium plan and the high plan, and then in a -2% for 2021. So can you tell me what those numbers reflect? Because I thought I would see a difference underneath, so I'm missing something.
So on that specific one, you're not seeing every tier. Like I said, the Leander married employees was significantly reduced. So it's also, in action, to simplify it, it's not really a weighted average, but it's somewhat a weighted average of how many our employees are in each plan based on, so not every tier changed the same amount. So I think what is not reflected up there is seeing the premiums that decrease for the Leander married employee plans.
So I've said this before, and say it again. $60,000 a year for a teacher that's been teaching for 10 years is obscenely low. Until society decides that teachers are worth incredibly much more, and we can adjust things accordingly. Something I keep falling back on is teachers' out-of-pocket expenses. I don't know how we would do that, but I would really be interested in polling our teachers over the next year if they could keep some sort of ledger or track of how much they're actually putting out of pocket, so that we can bring that back and make proper adjustments into our budget to make sure that they have the resources that they need on the front end. So what little money that we can give them year over year, they're not just turning around and buying more supplies for the classroom.
Would you mind just clarifying, are you talking about out-of-pocket expenses for classroom teachers in terms of supplies, and not like healthcare out-of-pocket expenses?
Yes, good point. For the classroom, teachers, I've had a number of stories where teachers have been given a gift certificate or a gift card from a very thankful parent. Hey, take you and your family out to a nice dinner. And then these teachers end up spending that gift card to buy supplies for their classroom. It breaks my heart. It really does. So, but we don't have a way to say how much on average are our teachers spending out of pocket. I don't think we've ever tracked that, or we've ever asked the teachers to track that. Maybe we can partner with them and say, hey, can you just kind of keep a list, and then maybe at the end of the year we can figure out what the average is, and then we can go back into our budget works and make sure that we're putting a like amount into the budget to make sure that they have those supplies so that they don't have to spend their own money. Just a thought.
So jumping over to slide 39 about the options for the additional 1% and the options that you gave us. Do we know, I see that there's there's parameters set for each of these. And I know that previously, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we had a rate increase that was going to happen, but we didn't hit the PEMS numbers. Is that correct? So I'm a little gun shy on that, especially not knowing with COVID and kids coming back, things like that. My 2 cents would be the lump sum option, only because I think it would be nice to just be able to do that for them. Now, may I ask, would that be that one lump sum? Would that be end of this year, or would that be next year? Just so I'm clear.
What we're looking at in terms of timing is somewhere in the fall, maybe like November, like we did this year.
Okay.
So next November, after we meet some parameters, and the CFO superintendent feels comfortable with the financial situation.
Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify, the options on page 39 are in addition to the 2% raise. So the 2% raise is in there. Then this would be an additional 1%, which if approved would take them to 3% for the year. And then there's the possibility of the one-time lump sum as well, in addition to that, if we meet criteria. So.
But another clarifying on that lump sum option is that's not TRS applied, yeah.
Right, that's correct.
Correct, but clarify for us, please. So it's listed as a 1% midpoint base salary increase. So clarify that part, please.
So for the option 1, 2, and 3 with the 1% of midpoint base salary, that would be TRS eligible, and there would be a catch up if that was approved in like October, November. We would make employees whole at that first paycheck after it was approved that we could process. So we would make them whole, and then it would in a lump sum, and then it would continue. So that's what it would look like for employees, and it is TRS eligible.
I think for me, I like that you clarified that this is on top of our 2%, but I think given last year that we didn't do a 2% and we only did lump sum, that impacted TRS, that I'm not excited about another lump sum because I think we need to work on making it all whole again. So I like that these are options that are in addition to that 2% if these stipulations are met. And I know what you mean, Christine, like we're afraid to do that because we did that last year and it didn't work out. But this is in addition to the 2% that we already know. And so I feel a little bit better about it because of that. And I'm afraid to get into the lump sum business and how over time that will get us just so far away from where they should be and really, kind of wreck things on TRS for some of our long-term educators.
So I think to clarify, this is designed to try to help alleviate what happened last year. So with the 2%, there's the option now for a 3% to help catch up. And on top of that, the option to do an additional lump sum payment, which would be just in order to help employees. And we designed it to be in November for a reason. And so this would really then just be in addition to that. So there's the option of 3% plus an additional one time.
Yeah, when we talked about this last year, I expressed then that I'm not a big fan of the lump sum option generally. I think compensation is compensation. It should be committed long-term. It should be part of our budget cycle. It should be something that when we choose to do it, we commit to it and we move forward, build that into our future budget planning and all of that. So I'm generally, like Gloria indicated, not a fan of the lump sum option. Having a $2.6 million price tag for those three options helps me, sort of like we went through this year. I don't want to attach a bunch of conditions. I don't want to get too cute with this. I think either we adopt the 2% or we adopt the 3% and we move on. I'm not inclined to get cute with what conditions have to apply to justify this $2.6 million in the third percent, right? Either we have the budget to do that or we don't. And I think we move on from there, right? Knowing that we'll be able to revisit this again in a year and we'll make another decision then.
Thank you, Aaron. You make a great point in that, we either have the budget for it or we don't. And that's why we designed it this way. So our thinking is we're in a very uncertain environment, especially the revenue environment. And so we are designing options. The beauty of this is that the board gets to decide if these things happen or not. But what this does is builds in the ability for the board to decide that at a later point if they choose to. And that is our only intent, is to provide options for us as we go into a very uncertain revenue environment next year.
So I agree with Aaron. Let's pick a number and commit to it and move forward. I feel like I'm asking a lot of teachers who are overworked. First, I'm saying, hey, could you kind of keep track of how much you're spending out of pocket so we can help you? Something else I would like to ask our teachers to help us with, and I'm looking specifically at option one. I would really like us to just do a 3% raise, knowing that our teachers are going to help us help them by sending letters and making phone calls down to Austin saying, hey, you're sitting on a stack of cash, let us have it. If they could help us with that, that would certainly help us help them, not only this year, but in the future. That being said, I think 3%, just 3%, and let's move forward.
Can I follow up with a question for Elaine? And I don't want to get into the other discussion, but I just want to know in the other discussion, is the 2% already in there, or is 3% in there as an option, or what number's already in there?
2% is in there, and these options are provided to give us the flexibility to do more, because if they're not in the comp plan from the beginning, we lose all flexibility. And so if we find out we have federal funds next week, we can amend the budget or prepare the budget for next year with that, and we don't have to use the option, and the comp plan is approved next month or amended when we get that information. But we put these in here to give us the flexibility to offer this, And the one-time payment is a great way, Jim, to help pay teachers for their out-of-pocket expenses. And so I'm not going to use the word bonus, but this gives us the flexibility of doing that. And it was amazing this year how many districts gave one-time payments last fall, and they continue to do this spring. And if we don't have this language in there, we don't have any ability to do that at all.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, the one-time payment to offset out-of-pocket expenses, but it goes back to Aaron's point. It's something we need to commit to. That gets us over the finish line this year, but then next year when we don't have a one lump sum payment and we haven't tracked how much the teachers are spending out of pocket, we have no way to adjust our budget accordingly. So I agree and appreciate what you're saying, but I think moving forward, I'm a fan of let's do 3%. Let's ask our teachers and administrators to get on the phone, call down to Austin and say, hey, you're sitting on money, let us have it, the way that the federal government designed it to be had, and go from there.
I appreciate that we've worked on a budget that has a built-in 2% there. I really hope that they give us that option one, and I like being able to commit to that 2% and know that that's built into our budget. And if they release those funds, then we can do that other one, only because all of the budget discussions that we've had have that 2% factored in there. And if we changed it, that would greatly impact all of those budgets that we spent the last few weeks looking at. And so I hope, like you said, and I say still call and send those letters and everything, right? Because we need those funds released, and hopefully we can do that in addition to something else. Normally, I would be like, let's commit to it and let's move it now. But I think during this legislative year, there's just so much unknown that, I like having these options. So I appreciate seeing these options in there in addition to what's already put into our proposed budget.
Kind of a...
Wait, Jim, just one second. Let's do Christine and then you next. Is that okay?
Oh, all right.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, if the one lump sum things happens, again, it won't just be teachers, it will be paraprofessionals as well, correct?
Correct. It would be for all staff.
Forgot what it was now.
I would like to thank y'all again. I know there's a lot of work to bring all this information in front of the board. So not only did you bring the compensation, looking at the salary and the reviews, you also included the employee benefits with our healthcare plans. And it is just so important to be able to see how we're providing a total benefit to the employees, our teachers, our staff, everybody out there. So thank y'all for all your work. And huge shout out for bringing the employee benefit information too. Thank y'all, because being siloed makes it harder. So thank you.
I do remember what I was going to ask. Do we have any data on what cost of living increase has been over the last year?
Gosh, I don't, at this time. We would have to take a look at that.
Yeah, because I think it's north of 2%. That's my point. Even at 2%, our teachers are going backwards. That's why I want 3.
Well, that goes to the formula, right, that have been used for so long in Austin to determine how to allocate funds to districts across the state. Austin has a problem because cost of living has changed significantly here versus what it used to be when those formulas were first written, right?
Right.
The good news is we have company, right? All of the districts in Austin suffer the same problem, but there is disparity, growing disparity for Austin districts versus the Metroplex and Houston and so on.
I have a question about the fund balance. At the legislature, we're hearing a lot of questions about fund balance. And so I would like to first point out this is a different fund balance than the one that we currently have. Can you talk to me a bit about Again, just those numbers, what we have in the fund balance, what we're not putting in this time, and what you're recommending we put in the future years.
So I'm going to back up to that slide that shows that, maybe. The scenario. So at the end of 2021, we had around 13 million in the fund balance. Again, that's a little bit higher than the fund balance expected because of the COVID impact to our plan. So we're looking to keep 35% of district cost in there because claims fluctuate so widely from year to year. That's the recommendation from our actuary. So in the past 5 years, I believe, there's been additional $1 million added each year. For 2022, there will not be, and then we will recommend a 0% premium increase. That's naturally going to bring that fund balance down. And so you can see we're trying to bring it down so that it stays as close to that line as we can get it without having to have significantly high employee premium increases in the future years. Does that make sense?
But I will say the assumption in these scenarios is in out years in 2023 that the district would continue that additional contribution, continue that $10 per employee per month contribution. So that $1 million is what we have said, but it's the cost share portion for the district.
Can I ask a follow-up while we're here? Those percentages at the bottom, are those compounding or are those annual increases? So in other words, we're talking about a 0% premium increase in 2022, but a 2% increase in 23, a 6% increase in 24, and a 10% increase in 25.
They are annual, and they are just one model, so they could be spread out. So if we look at that model at the end of 2022 and say, if we keep it lower at 2% in 23, then 24 and 25 are going to be higher.
Yeah.
We could choose to level that and say a 5% that might be more consistent across all 3 years.
Yep, that makes sense. I mean, it bears out the cost increases for healthcare generally in our society.
Right.
And it suggests that we have some long-term divergence, right, in terms
Exactly.
of contributions and the share that employees might have to make or contribute to the total plan and all of that, but not just for us, right? This
Exactly.
is across the board.
Across the nation, a challenge for everyone in this arena. And these could fluctuate, you know, if we have additional good years, we'll see those tick down. If we have high claim years, those might tick up. So, you know, it's very volatile. We have to make some assumptions, and this was based on the information that we have, the historical information that we have. We believe this is as close, you know, as we can get to that, figuring out what will happen in the future.
I had other questions, but I want to make sure I share the mic if I'm asking. So going back to fund balance, right? The goal isn't to get a huge fund balance. You want to keep that somewhat where it's where we need it, not over what we need. So $1 million a year, not this year because we're gonna do something different, but future out, what you're suggesting is $1 million every year, keeps us with the fund balance you're suggesting, provided, in theory, based on what you're seeing in the market, that we raise the employee rates by a certain amount.
Right, based on the assumptions that we've made, and there's so many variables within that, it could shift and swing, but yes, we feel like that with this, with the additional, adding that $10 back in to that contribution from the district, it creates that cost share. Will, you know, the employees' premiums would go up 2%, district would contribute, so you maintain that 47%, you know, split with the 53% with employees.
Still waiting for, do I follow up, make sure there's, okay. Just don't want to take all my questions. I want to wait and make sure we spread it out until we get to this point. So when I'm looking at the annual surplus deficit, explain to me what those numbers are again, though, just so I can make sure I'm following along correctly.
So those gold bars that go into a deficit is each year. So we try to cover our cost as much as possible, but we're showing that for that specific year, we would have a deficit, which again would continue to bring down the fund balance. So again, in 2021, we're looking at that we will probably have a surplus. Then we're predicting that we will have a slight surplus for the year itself. And then the model was built to try to keep those as close to the year covering itself zero as possible, with some very slight deficits in the out year.
Okay, then checking around. Okay, then my last question is about my last question I think is our Science Materials Center. I mean, I understand about teachers paying out, and I'm not diminishing that question or thought, but I think the Science Materials Center that we have is an extra benefit that we can provide to our teachers because it has like maybe little supplies that normally other teachers in other districts may pay out of pocket. From my understanding, the Science Materials Center isn't something that's standard across all districts. So is this something that's standard, or is this something extra we add into? And can you just give me a small little update on that?
I'll jump in there if I can. So Science Materials Center is not something that I've ever seen before until I came to this district. And I was early on in my tenure visiting elementary campuses, and these gray boxes were stacked all the way down the hallway. And I was like, is somebody moving in? Is somebody moving out? Like, what's going on? They said, no, that's our science materials for the work that grade level is doing right now. Not only is it an incredible lift for the district to plan for that, but then to provide all of the supplies that are organized, packed, arranged for teachers to have is an incredible bonus. It allows for a level of hands-on lab science work that I've not seen in other districts. I will add, that not only science, but we do very similar things for math manipulatives. We actually have a math manipulative center in the district, which does a very similar job to make sure that our students have hands-on learning in math as well. And there may be others that I don't know about yet. So if there are, somebody can speak up out there. Jennifer? Early childhood has what? Okay. Did everybody hear that? Early childhood, we provide resources for their rotations as well.
That's awesome. All right, I believe we have hit the end of our questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to our next agenda item, 8A2, consider approval of our 2021-2022 budget development strategies.
So thank you, Madam President, board members. Elaine is up here and is going to lead us through this conversation in a little bit, but I wanted to start off, if I may, by thanking the board for the incredible work that you're doing on core beliefs, vision, and mission. And just so happens that you have a storyboard up on the wall that lines out some of the work that we've been doing together as a governance team. I'm extremely proud and extremely grateful to be part of a team that has really put core beliefs and vision and mission and graduate profile at the center of the work, because this work is what we said right at the beginning, something that is foundational to the district and helps us when we get to difficult decisions. And so I ask you, if you would please, in your packet at your table, you do have the LISD vision statement, and also the updated draft mission statement, and then some of the previous mission statements that you have. You also have at your tables a laminated copy of the core beliefs. I'd like you to get that out too, and just bring that to the front. I'd like, if possible, for us to just take 4 minutes. I'd like for you to read these core beliefs over and just reflect a little bit on the really outstanding work that you did. that we did together. It took a long time before we got to this version. And several times we've already leaned back into our core beliefs as we've been having conversations and making difficult decisions. So I'd like you to take some time, just read over those and refresh those in your mind. Read over the vision statement that you adopted as a board a couple of weeks ago. I would invite you, if you want to get up and just go over to the board and just remind yourself of the story of the work that we've been doing together that really lays down the foundation for everything else that we're going to do. We're about to enter into some challenging conversation. The conversation about resources is not necessarily an easy one. And I just want to make sure that we're grounded in the really outstanding work that we've done as a governance team. So we're going to take about 4 minutes just to make sure that we've refreshed those in our mind. All right, it looks like we've had an opportunity to do that. So the second thing I'd like to do, we've done a lot of work on the budget process up until this point, and we've given you some regular updates along the way. At this point, I would like to make a recommendation to you from the administration and specifically from me as your superintendent about what I think needs to happen in the process tonight, and then I'm going to turn it over to Elaine, and she's going to work you through the details of this. At this point, I am recommending a slight change of course for us. We did adopt a low enrollment growth number of 3%, and that enrollment number is 41,749. I would like to recommend that we change that to adopt the PASA moderate growth number of 43,951 as our enrollment prediction for next year. As I mentioned, I did talk to Dr. Stacy Tapera today from PASA, and I've also reviewed some work that Templeton Demographics have done, and also the state demographer, as well as Austin's Economic Outlook. And I feel like we have the ability to make this adjustment. I will tell you that my personal goal is to avoid most personnel and program cuts in this budget process, and I'm going to recommend to you that we do avoid most of those personnel and program cuts as we continue to talk about how to adopt the budget going forward. I do also recommend that we do put the 2% raise for all of our staff in place. There are some decisions that need to be made tonight in order for us to be able to prepare a budget to bring you for adoption in the month of June. And so at this point, I thank you for your attention, and I'll turn it over to Elaine to lay out the details for us.
Elaine, I'm sorry, before you start, Dr. Gearing, that PASA recommended growth number, what percentage is that at?
That is an 8.6% projected growth.
Okay.
All right, good evening. We will proceed. So it is April, and it's time for us, it's a pivotal point in the preparation of the budget. And so as Dr. Gearing said, before we can go any further, we need some approval on certain things. So the first item is, if we continue on the path we're on, do we approve reductions in staffing? And so that's a potential action item. Move forward with 2% raise. You just saw a compensation plan, and that will come to you for approval next month. Or do we amend the budget assumptions? We need an approval for funding of major maintenance, so that's an action item on this evening's agenda. And then potentially the need to approve one-time capital outlay with fund balance, depending on the other decisions that are made this evening. So I want to start with the strategies that you have in your board packet. And so to get to the path of a June budget adoption, we're looking at two roads. So the road we've been going down, indeed, is the low enrollment growth, and that was adopted in January under the budget assumptions in a much different environment than we're operating today as far as COVID and COVID cases. So I'll point out, under the low growth, we start with a total deficit of $28 million. The board approved a 5% deficit parameter, saying that an $18 million deficit would be approvable. And so that left us with $10 million to cut at the end of March. We've made some adjustments to budget requests or submissions since March. And so that leaves us with $8.4 million looking to cut. Now, we provided a strategy to an alternate using the moderate growth number from PASA. And so that results in the need to cut $1.1 million to get to a $19 million deficit under the 5% parameter. So if we compare the details of these two, again, strategy one has a deficit target of $18 million. We've identified $2.6 million in staffing reductions in order to reduce to that $18 million. On top of that, it would require another $2.9 million of reductions, most likely in the form of staffing, and it would require the funding of $912,000 of capital outlay out of fund balance. Under strategy two, amending the assumptions, our target deficit is $19 million. It requires staffing reductions of just under $500,000, and most of those are vacant positions. And to mitigate the risk of the higher enrollment number, we would proceed by hiring additional teachers as student registration showed the need. So we would staff on the 41,749 to begin with, and as registration show more teacher need, we would add those teachers that would already be in the budget. And then I want to point out, both models include a 2% raise, and both models rely on one disaster penny, which is current law and allows for that provision. So what is strategy one built under? So again, I said January budget assumptions, or that were adopted in January. It is the lowest enrollment growth prediction we are using at 41,749. And we are seeing the effects this year of House Bill 3. This is a very important point. Enrollment now is driving increases in revenue. Enrollment has always drove increases in revenue, but we used to get gains from property value increases as well. Now we're only getting gains up to 2.5%. So enrollment is really key. We, as Dr. Gehring said, at least 2 demographers are projecting significant student enrollment growth across the state for this upcoming year. And we indeed are seeing higher enrollment in our pre-K levels, that more than we have seen in historical trends. So at this point in time, we've not seen these levels of enrollment in pre-K. And again, why are we focusing on pre-K? Pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, the early grades are where we really saw the biggest drop in enrollment this year. In fact, the elementary level makes up 82% of the total loss in students. So we're really focused on getting the young students back in school. There's never been a year that I can remember where enrollment has been this uncertain. And we've seen a trend here in Leander, and probably it's true in all districts, that parents wait until the summer months to enroll in school. So we are doing all we can to get parents to enroll earlier than they traditionally do. And I do want to point out, back on the pre-K, there was an article today that was talking about a kindergarten bubble nationwide, and all across the nation we're expecting to see a growth in kindergarten students. And interestingly, they're coming to us with different needs than a traditional year. So continuing under the low growth model, strategy one, some uncertainties. Again, we still don't know about the federal funding that was passed to offset the results of COVID and to help learning loss. For Leander ISD, we're looking at $3.3 million in ESSER 2 and $7.4 million in ESSER 3. So that's a potential of $10.5 million that could change this picture pretty substantially. I'll point out that our ending fund balance for 2021, we're still estimating that it will be lower than our budget. We adopted a budget with a $21 million deficit. Over the course of the year, that deficit grew to our current $29.9 million deficit. $8 million of that was because of POs from the prior year that were rolled over. And then I believe we lost over $1 million with the golden penny. And so we are now projecting that we'll end this year at $13 million. And so we've made up ground. And so that's the good news to this budget situation. And then I just want to mention today, just as of today, about 2 hours before this meeting, we got word that our estimated SHARS payment for next year is about $1 million more than we've got budgeted. And there is a new grant coming from the Texas Department of Agriculture for food service. And so we're hoping we get some additional funding from TDA to help offset the losses in our child nutrition fund. All right, so what are our options as we move through to a budget for June? So we stay the course under strategy one. If we stay there, I've got to cut $8.4 million. And the way to do that is either don't give raises or eliminate staff. So previous conversation, I didn't hear anyone say don't do raises. I heard let's give more raises. So if we're going to give raises and stay under strategy one, I've got to cut positions. There's just no way around it. Or we modify the course and go through strategy two and amend the assumptions that were adopted in January. And that can be any shape, form, or fashion. You can amend enrollment, amend the deficit parameter. et cetera. I want to point out that the 2% pay increase, that's a typo, that should be 5.5 million as we just saw, that if you don't give raises, you don't have to eliminate any staff, but you can't do both. So what happens adopting moderate growth strategy 2? So this protects jobs until some of the uncertainties surrounding next year are resolved. I'll remind you that our fund balance at 190 million remains healthy. We would hire teaching staff, again, as student registrations dictate that, and that buys us some time to consider longer-term solutions under normal conditions. Right now, these uncertainties are not normal. And what are those longer-term solutions? What does that look like? Potentially a tax ratification election to go for additional pennies, staffing cuts, or a reallocation of our resources. All right, I've been asked what would happen if we did this, what would happen to our fund balance? So you can see the years listed on the left, and at the bottom, the dollar value. The blue line represents our actual fund balance for each year. And I'll point out the big spike in 1920, that was due to the fiscal year change where we added $40 million, plus a combination of reduced cost because of the last few months of COVID. For 2021, this assumes that we take 21 million out. I just told you we're expecting to take 13 million out, so this is showing worst case for the current fiscal year. And then if we take the 19 million out for 21-22, then our fund balance, if we flip over here, is just over 149 million, and our 3-month requirement by board policy is 100 million. So fund balance is here to weather storms like COVID and get us over the storm where we can make realistic decisions that support the district's vision and mission. And then every opportunity I have, I want to put this in front of you. We've got to look at the district's finances as a whole. So we're looking at, on the operating side, an $18 to $19 million deficit. On the INS side, we're looking at a substantial over levy in collections because of these higher property values. And we're looking at 41 million of unused authorization in our current bond fund. So we've got to manage the overall funding picture.
So board members, I'm going to ask the same thing we did last time. Please, one question, one statement. We'll go around a few times until we get to the end, and then you can throw it all out there. I have one statement, and yes, I have more information about it, but I will answer it later or talk about it more about why I'm making this statement. When we get done with the discussions, I intend to make a motion, or if one of the board members want to jump in and do it before then, that's fine, as we go through discussions. But my motion would be to move the Board of Trustees authorize use up to an additional $10,506 as needed from our fund balance in order to prepare a 2021-2022 budget. And I can tell you why and all the reasons later. One statement or one question, I'll hold to it. Will you repeat that amount for me very quickly? I will end up that the Board of Trustees, or y'all can, Board of Trustees authorize use up to an additional $10,506 as needed from our fund balance in order to prepare a 2021-2022 budget. $10,506,000. That's my statement, and the Board of Trustees will authorize the use up to an additional $10,506 as needed from our fund balance in order to prepare the 2021-2022 budget. All right. Questions or statements?
Can I make a motion?
Well, let's do a few questions, statements, and you can jump right in.
So, yeah? Okay. Yeah, I can, right? So I make a motion, right? No, the Board of Trustees, sorry, guys, I'm learning this. I move that the Board of Trustees approve, I'm trying to get this right, what you said, the use of $10 million and $506 million as see fit to dip into our fund balance to help prepare the 2022 budget.
Okay, so then I do have a motion from Anna.
I think I said that right.
Yeah, is there a second then?
A second.
Okay, so second from Christine. We'll open up discussion. All right, questions?
Just a comment, and then I have a little discussion, I guess. I know there's a lot happening up to the meeting. I'm a little frustrated that an item posted for action tonight received a presentation of materials that we did not see before the meeting. So I'm having to follow along behind me with slides that I have never seen before about an item that's presented for action tonight with materials that we've been discussing for a couple of weeks, well, longer than that. So it's pretty frustrating to me to come to a meeting and feel like I'm prepared to discuss this and then have a new presentation loaded and presented that I haven't seen or been able to review before, particularly about something as important as this budget. That said, we need to take action for reasons that I think we all appreciate. I prepared earlier today some materials that I've shared with each of the team of 8 in this table on this sheet. I didn't have time to go further than to review adopted budgets, but this is essentially what all of these districts adopted as their budget a year ago this time, right? So it's for the 2020-2021 year, okay? The core reason for me to do this, the motivator, the driver for me, was we have already given a budget parameter of a 5% deficit target, right? With an expectation, or at least I had an expectation at that time, that we'd be able to adopt a budget that followed that parameter. I felt like it was a very generous parameter. And in some of the conversations we've had in the last few days or in the days running up to this meeting and this discussion, I've felt like I'm losing perspective on the big picture, and I needed to go back and look at that big picture again. So what this chart shows you is the adopted budget for Leander. You see revenues and expenditures, the other transfers out, or the sum of those other transfers out, and what the net surplus or deficit was for our budget for last year, and what that looks like as a percent of revenue. So for us, last year, the adopted budget was about a 5.7% deficit budget, okay? I then compared what we adopted a year ago to what all of these other districts adopted a year ago. The first group are the same districts that Elaine's work on the focus on finance has targeted as our regional comps. The second group are other comps that Elaine also included in her focus on finance. And then the last 4 are 4 other districts that are also similar to us, districts that I've been looking at from a student performance perspective and those sorts of things. And I looked at their adopted budgets and where they fall. And the challenge for me is last year, they all adopted budgets that were in the, at most, 2 or 3% deficit range. Many of them adopted balanced budgets or nearly balanced budgets. Some of them adopted budgets with surpluses. And I'm struggling to understand why we seem to be on a trajectory where we not only have deficit budgets indefinitely into the future, but we're talking tonight about how to resolve a budget deficit that's greater than 5% with another $10 million as has been proposed in the motion. So for me, this just seems out of whack. Seems like we're using our fund balance to solve a budgeting problem that we can't seem to get our arms around. I don't see any reason why we can't pass a budget that's inside of a 5% deficit, just like all these other districts did a year ago, and like I expect they will do again this year. So I'm struggling to understand why we need another $10 million on top of the 5% that we've already authorized. Dr. Gearing has proposed that we adopt a projected enrollment target of 43,951 students. I want to understand clearly, or as clearly as I can, what that translates to in terms of current enrollment versus what we would achieve if we were on target for that proposal. If I translate from your earlier presentation this evening, I believe our current enrollment sits at about 40,757 students today. So we would be talking about a 7.8% growth to that 43,951 number from our current look in April to, I assume it's the October PEAM snapshot. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we would have to grow 7.8% in total enrollment between April and October. I expect we're going to grow, but that feels ambitious to me. At the end of the day, it's not my job to decide what the enrollment's going to be, right? I'm happy to leave that to the experts. What I think is my concern is whatever that number is, we ought to be able to adopt a budget that doesn't exceed a 5% deficit like we talked about before. So I don't know what it takes to do that. I don't understand fundamentally why we can't do that on the low growth enrollment number, but we can do that on the moderate growth enrollment number. I'm perplexed as to why we can do one, but we can't do the other without cuts when our current enrollment is below both of those numbers. But there are probably several questions in there.
So if you just want to pause, but I mean, the materials was a question, why more money, growth of enrollment, and then why cuts, why we can't do it. I think you do have more. But you've been on the board for a really long time, so I get it, and you have more questions, but let's share the mic and let's see what else is out there.
Actually, before we share the mic, maybe Elaine or Dr. Gearing have responses or comments to some of my questions and observations.
Pick one of them to answer, and then we'll move on. And we'll come back then.
So I think I'll address the enrollment issue. We are in a very unsure enrollment environment. That is no doubt. Having examined passes numbers and having talked to Dr. Stacy Tapera, who's the expert demographer, who I've happened to have worked with since 2009, having looked at Templeton's work and also the state demographer's work, part of what I'm basing that enrollment assumption on is this graph, and you've seen this. This is the statewide Texas ISD enrollment change projection for next year. To give you some context, in 2018-19, we added 32,000 students in the state. In 1920, 62,000. And then this last year, we dropped 156,000 students. They're projecting that in 21-22, we'll add an unprecedented 266,766 students across the state. That growth is unprecedented. And when you look at things like market overview presentations, this one particularly came from TCAD, and I'll quote from two of their slides. Austin has become the clear darling of investors in the post-pandemic world, attracting investors with its unique combination of high-quality lifestyle, new supply, and a tech-forward economy and workforce. And that comes from CBRE's Vice President, Russell Ingram. if you look at different institutions who have put together kind of ratings of where Austin lies, I'll just read down the list. Number 1, tech town, second year in a row from CompTIA. Number 1 rate of tech job growth in 2020. Number 1 in job growth in manufacturing and financial activities. Number 2 in the U.S. market for real estate investment. Number 2 in the job market from the Wall Street Journal. Number 2 most popular destinations for migrating home buyers. That's from Redfin in September of 2020. Number 3 best place to live in the USA from US News. And number 4 metro for number of Inc. 5000 firms from Site Selector Investor Watch in September of 2020. If you remember when PASA did their original projection, they gave us this slide. And this slide has a projected growth enrollment number on the moderate growth scenario for 2021 of 43,951, which is an 8.6% growth. That's adding 3,481 students. That essentially puts us back on the exact track that we were on prior to COVID. So we have this little dip in the enrollment pattern that PASA is very clearly telling us that we're going to recover from, and we're back on that same trajectory that we were on, and that trajectory continues for the next 10 years. That's what I wanted to make sure with Dr. Tapera, that there wasn't some change in their mind that they were going to walk back on that number. And she assured me for 3 different reasons, I pointed these out earlier, that we've got students who have not enrolled their students in the district in 2020, 2021 because of COVID. We have new students who have moved into new housing in the district during the year who have chosen to either homeschool their kids or do something else with their students but have not enrolled them in the district. We know that those houses are on the ground, and we know from the projections that they've made that there are those students sitting in those houses. And then we have the new houses that are coming on the market, which have new students in them that are going to show up in the enrollment growth patterns in the future. So while the enrollment projection for us is impossible to make in this environment, I feel comfortable in trying to understand what basing our budget on that number looks like, with the caveat that Elaine explained of we don't have to staff on that number initially. We can staff on that lower enrollment number of 41,749 and only start to add those additional staff members as we start to see the whites of those students' eyes in our enrollment system. That's the reason that I showed you the slide in my superintendent update earlier about the fact that we're doing new enrollment at the moment, and also existing student enrollment verification in the SIS to make sure that we understand what those trends look like, and we can start to really encourage folks to get those numbers in to try to build that surety into next year.
I appreciate the response. I don't think anybody here questions the attractiveness of the Austin market or the larger macro growth pattern. There's no doubt about that, right? As Elaine presented earlier, and as we all are coming to appreciate, the revenue formula is really enrollment dependent. It's not about whether Austin's an attractive place to be. It's about how many kids actually show up for school in Leander ISD. So we got to solve for that first and foremost. And I guess my fundamental question is, if you're proposing that we budget around the 43,951, or let's call it 44,000 students roughly, right? That's fine. If we only get 43,000 students or we only get 42,000 students, my fundamental question is, can we still meet that 5% deficit parameter? Because what I'm seeing in the work that's been done so far is that if we hit the low growth at 41,749, we can't hit that 5% deficit parameter. But for whatever reason, we can if we hit the moderate growth enrollment number. And I'm trying to understand what's the risk if we don't quite make that number, if we're at 42 or if we're at 43, right?
So thank you. And I'll just point to this year's experience, because we had the same problem this year exactly. And we've projected a $21 million deficit that grew to almost $30 million. And we're going to end the year somewhere probably just south of $13 million deficit, which will be inside the parameter. That is historically, when you look back at Leander budgets for the last 10 or more years, you'll see that trend, which is different from the data that you presented for other districts. I'm not in control of any of those other districts. I don't know how they do their budgets. I don't know, what their actual budgets turned out like in those years, because I haven't looked at that data, so I can't comment on them at all. But I can comment on where Leander has been and what traditionally we've done in terms of adopting deficit budgets and then turning those into surplus budgets consistently every year except for one in 2017, I believe. And that was about a $5 million deficit, true deficit. But every other year, we've turned a deficit budget into a surplus budget. That same is true for this year, even in challenging circumstances, where we've turned almost a $30 million deficit into something less than 13 million. So I can only point to the facts and to the numbers in response to your question.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. My comment and question was almost based on what you mentioned, where we're looking at these numbers in worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario of revenue, worst case scenario of just about everything, and looking at the deficit in that regards. And that's why I appreciate not the motion you made, but the option you gave of increasing the amount of fund balance we take to prepare that budget, because then we're able to, I feel confident that our enrollment will go up. I hope it goes well over that, but if it doesn't, then we took from fund balance. I also think our revenue is going to come back up. I think we're going to see some of our rentals and some of our facilities being used again. So I like, increasing our enrollment, but I also think I feel more comfortable with the additional $10,506,000 is needed from fund balance. And then as the year goes by, as we've seen in many other years where we had this, this deficit on there for fund balance, but then we didn't pull in that amount. Again, I think you don't use your fund balance as a way to operate from year to year. We know that. And that's not what our budget is proposing that we do. This is COVID. This is unlike anything else. And on top of that, we also have these funds from our federal government that we don't know if they're coming. This is looking at worst case scenario that we're not getting those funds. So if we get those funds, that also changes some of this as well. So I think there's so many unknowns this year. So my question to you, Elaine, was just kind of as you prepared this budget, and I know we talked about this in our weeklies, and I appreciate you spending hours with us to go through all of this and to answer my 20 billion questions of what if this and what if this. So thank you for that. I learned a lot over the past 2 weeks from you. So I thank you for that. The budget that we're looking at, there's so many areas where we're looking at that in worst case scenario. There are items in there that we have the potential to do much better than that. But you've written this, or you've crafted this in the worst case scenarios for us. Is that accurate?
So the path that we're on under the budget assumptions that were adopted in January is what I would hope to be worst case. I hate to say this is worst case in this environment because every time I make a prediction, something happens. But yes, it's low enrollment, it's low revenues, it's hopefully worst case scenario. And it requires cutting staff or not giving a raise.
Christine?
Yeah, so I know I'm one of 7, and again, to echo Gloria, thank you for taking the time to go through this and explain. I really appreciate all that you do. One thing I don't want to do, in a normal year, the thought of having to cut staff just makes my heart hurt, but especially now. They've gone over and above. They've done everything we've asked them to do. the idea of them having the stress of possibly losing their position is just something I can't even wrap my head around at all. And then not giving them a raise is beyond me as well. I mean, we've got more than a healthy fund balance. If a rainy day fund isn't a rainy day fund, if this isn't the rainy day, I don't know what is. So just from my perspective, that's not something I don't want to cut anybody, and I want to make sure they get their raises. In your professional opinion, what is the correct path for us?
So I think we need to pause and see what happens. There's so many uncertainties. If we cut staff now and enrollment increases to the 43.9 over the course of the next year, we're going to be adding those staff back plus more. So that doesn't make any sense. To me, it feels like we're the captain of a ship in a storm. Do you throw your crew off the boat in the middle of a hurricane? You wait. And so we have the tools to allow us to wait. And so if you hold steady, see what happens when we have more information about enrollment and our tax rate and the federal funds. Then, now, don't get me wrong, we may need to make changes. In fact, I've already shown you we can't sustain major maintenance. So we are going to have to make changes. I don't know what those changes look like in a normal environment, but they may be coming and they may be painful. But right now, if you make decisions that harm students and staff on a year of complete uncertainties, I just don't think it's the right time. Like you said, we have the highest fund balance, and we can't continue to add to our fund balance or not use our resources and ask the state for more money.
Thank you for that.
I just want to echo in on the fund balance today while we were at the Capitol. That was a very big discussion. I mean, we were told point blank, why aren't you using your fund balance? And there's some districts that have a pretty hefty one. And I mean, it's getting looked at. And I mean, the way I'm looking at it is, like Christine said, I want a 7, but what is it there for? We're in a pandemic. And I know that you don't want to, do normal day-to-day costs with that. But at the same time, we've never lived in a pandemic ever. So I guess for me, like you're right, there's a lot of uncertainties, but I would rather, I would feel better knowing that we are not cutting staff because, again, we don't know. I mean, next year we're probably going to succeed numbers, and I would just really hate to have that conversation, like what are we going to do and try to find the best staff that we can because we weren't fully prepared. So I just, like everyone else said, thanks so much, Elaine, for putting this together. I appreciate it. This is very complicated. School finance is complicated and whatnot, and so I appreciate everything.
I just want to be clear. I'm happy to use fund balance. I'd love to use fund balance to build a school. Wouldn't that be awesome? We could show our community how responsible we've been and how we've used those funds to build a school that we don't have to ask to borrow money and pay debt for. That'd be a great solution. I don't see it as a viable solution because our budgeting practices contemplate ongoing deficit spending. That just doesn't make any sense to me. When I look at all of these other school districts who are at least able to adopt budgets that are essentially balanced, right? Or much more so than ours. Now, I'll spend some more time looking at their actuals compared to their budgets, but it seems to me like we're the one out of whack here. That's the thing I can't reconcile.
And Erin, I would ask you, if you look at those districts and, you didn't give me the information, so that's a little, I wonder why you didn't give me the information.
I gave your boss the information. I gave it to him before the meeting.
So I would ask you to look at their tax rate, and did they have a TRE before House Bill 3? Because their compression is not as much, and they probably raise more per penny than we do.
Look, every district's different. We know that, right? The funding formula is going to affect every district differently. But are we really so different from every one of the districts on this list? We really the anomaly? I find that hard to believe.
Well, I find it hard to believe that you've adopted deficit budgets forever before I was here, and you add money to fund balance, and suddenly I'm the cause of the problems.
No. We all agreed, me included, raised my hand and said, I will support the 5% deficit plan, right? From the get-go. Totally fine with that. I was trying to be generous, and I'm willing to go down that path, right? I understand all of the precedent. The question is, now 10 million more beyond the 5%? I don't get that. If the solution that Dr. Gearing's recommending is we can solve all of this, we can keep the 5%, we can cut a little, $1 million or whatever the number was, right? If we adopt this different enrollment target. And maybe that's a realistic enrollment target, and maybe that's the right path to take. But my question then was, what happens if we don't achieve that enrollment number? What risk am I taking that we're going beyond the 5% that we've already authorized?
So you're taking the risk that your revenues are not as high, and you potentially use the 10 million that has been offered up by a motion, but we are trying to offset that lower revenue by not hiring the staff that we have budgeted in that number.
I appreciate that. My head, however, is struggling to understand why we can't have the same 5% on the lower enrollment number, but we can do just fine on the higher enrollment number. I don't understand why that's such a differentiator for us, right?
Enrollment drives revenues.
So
it also drives costs, right? They should be proportional. That's the thing I don't understand.
So Aaron, I think you're raising a bunch of good questions for us to continue to work through. I know that you are passionate, but you look at these numbers. You've always been advocate for studying intensely from INS to M&O. You spend a lot of hours and time doing this. Not saying that is not valued input. And I want to have these conversations. I want to make sure we hear all boards. And I appreciate that your passion. I hope, Elaine, I think you've done a tremendous job. Sometimes our passion might come out and it might sound differently, but I think you're doing a great job. Thank you for all the information you've given us. And we can get passionate. Board members, Alexis, Jim, I just want to make sure if y'all have some initial questions that we get it, because I have some questions too, and I just want to make sure that y'all get time.
So I think it's safe to say that no one here is going to vote in favor of terminating teachers. Which makes the rest of this conversation, in my opinion, kind of moot. Aaron does have some good points, and again, as we move down the road, we're going to have to get a better handle on what's going on. If I understand what you're asking for, Elaine, you're saying, hey, commit X amount of dollars, we're going to put it over here in this account, and we're going to use it if we need it. As the budget and enrollment and all of these things sort out, at the end of the year, we're going to find out that we probably didn't need all of that. You're not saying we're going to spend 5.69% deficit plus $10,506 and all of that money is going to be spent. You're saying that there's a potential that we need that much money to make the budget work. At the end of the year, and the enrollment comes in, that number most likely will be some number less, and we'll find that it was less than the 5.69% plus $10,506. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I'm following the 5.6% that you're referring to.
The deficit
what I'm
that we
saying
adopted?
is if we use the demographer that we hired to tell us what our enrollment is going to be, and they are still very adamant that we're going to see the growth, then if we budget on that, we don't have to make staffing cuts.
Right.
So just a clarification, it seems to me that we're at odds in terms of the motion that's been made, what Trish proposed and what Anna actually moved, versus what Dr. Gearing is requesting or recommending. Those seem to me to be two different paths, right? We've talked previously in conversations about kind of two options. One sticks with the low enrollment projection that we have been talking about, and the second seems to move us to option two, which is the moderate growth enrollment. And the motion seems to contradict what Dr. Gearing has recommended. Am I hearing that correctly?
I don't think so necessarily, but I haven't gotten to that point yet, and so I'd like to get there eventually, but I want to make sure everybody gets a chance.
So the first question is, do we stay with the lower enrollment, or do we go to the what Dr. Gearing and Elaine are suggesting is the higher enrollment number? I think we should table the first motion, and we should solve that problem right now. Once we've solved that, then move forward, because it is going to get a little confusing, and I really would like to keep. I'm not sure I completely understand right now if we're talking about using higher enrollment numbers and the $10 million. Is that what the ultimate goal is, or using the $10 million in lieu of?
Elaine, would you do me a favor and put slide, it might be 3, your 2 parts to June budget adoption back up there. And that one. Does that help you explain, President Bodie?
It does, and I'd like to, but I do kind of, Alexis, am I stepping on your, do you have some questions you want to ask before I get to the reason why I said this? Okay. So we can continue to talk about the different numbers of enrollment, and I don't think adopting this prohibits us from having those discussions, and we can continue to ask those questions. In fact, those are some I want to ask. But I can tell you what my thought process was in this, is that we did adopt a budget parameter. We dropped certain understandings of enrollment and property value growth, and those were the parameters we set forth. And by doing that, Elaine has gone back. She's done an excellent presentation. I heard the one you gave to our I think our leadership group, and they went back, they scrubbed budgets, they looked, they came back, and we saw in the worksheets that we have in here what that was going to do based on what we had. And so looking at these numbers here, we had already said the 5% deficit parameters right there. If you look at the next number of 10,506,000, those are the amounts that we've been seeing that would all get cut or impacted by the decision that we've asked them to find how to reduce that spending. The challenge I have, and I think some of y'all have voiced it this evening, is as a board, we have voiced certain visions and things we want the district to do. And when you think of our core beliefs and other decisions and votes we've made, whether it's virtual academy, our kindergarten and early learning, these things do cost money. So how do we keep our district funded, but also make sure we do it appropriately? I thought if we keep trying to tweak this number here or this number here, we're still coming back to this, which is this is the number that when they went to go look at it, here's what they said, here's what we'd have to do. And we know, because we've looked at it, that it involved certain staffing. It involved some staffing not being in there. We saw programs getting cut. We saw what effects that would be. Given the fact of how unstable certain things are in this environment right now, and that we have had, Representative Huberty and other members have said districts should not be sitting on fund balance, and to an extent, or to such an extreme. And so listening to the conversations, I understand that if we're going to go ask our public for a disaster penny and we want funds, how are we going to handle our fund balance? And so I also know, and I did ask Elaine, so to be fair, when you look at this slide, this is information we've already seen. Wait, can you show me slide 2? Go backwards. Slide 2. So slide 2, this is what our items are on here tonight. So that one's not new information. Slide 3, that one's not a new information. We've seen it. Slide 4. These are the 2 strategies that we've seen in different materials that have been presented but thank you for putting it out there. Slide 5, I think these are all our discussions. Slide 6, we've already heard. 7, we've heard. 8, I think we've heard. I think these are all, but this one is new information. That is absolutely fair. I think all the other ones are things we have talked about. This is completely new. And I apologize because this one's my fault, because I asked Elaine to please bring us fund balance information. She said the board doesn't like it when I bring them information at the last minute. And I said, I will tell them I asked you to do it. So this one's my fault. But I wanted to see fund balance because that's what we're talking about addressing. I agree. Board, we cannot spend the next few years trying to pay for needs out of fund balance. That is unhealthy. That is not right. I totally agree with Aaron on that. We have got to get that fixed. And I also agree with Elaine's point, and I know we've talked about these numbers, but if you go to the next one where you showed, go to the next slide. We've talked about it, but you put them up here, the M&O, INS, and capital. With HB3, how we're funded changes, and how the M&O compresses, even though the state is supposed to make that up. Talking to trustees all across Texas today, they're having the same thing. There's a delta. Numbers aren't adding up the way they used to. And so we need to have a real discussion on how we're going to address revenue in the future. And so given all that information, yes, Jim, to your point, we need to have that discussion. That's vital. But I just don't think we can have that discussion in 2 meetings or even until the legislature gets out because of all the decisions they're making. HB3, we knew what HB3 was, but guess what? The House just passed a bill that's going to mess with fast growth allotment and other items as well. So we need to get all that information before us. So that's why I said, instead of trying to tweak all of the stuff the good work we did, we set very realistic parameters. They did the work based on the vote we did. But now coming back and seeing what happens, that's why I suggested that's the motion I would want to make, because we give them a permission to go forward, only using as it needs. So if enrollment goes up, they'd take it and they'd go out of there, or they wouldn't. And that's the same amount. They still reduce that, still at the end of the budget cycle. They don't always spend all that way down. So those are the reasons.
So if we can go back to slide 3. So what you're asking for in Anna's motion, your suggestion, is stay at the low growth, but authorize up to $10,506 additional, which is in conflict with what the superintendent and the CFO are saying. They want us to adjust the numbers to moderate growth. And so
I'd like to have them weigh in on that now that they've heard the explanation, what they think.
Hang on. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am not the smartest guy in any room that I'm in. That's why we pay the superintendent and the CFO the good wages that we do to do the outstanding work that they do. If they're asking for us, based on their professional opinions and the research that we pay them to do, to move the enrollment numbers up, I'm for that. But I also like what you're saying. Even with the moderate growth, there's $2.5 million sitting out there. I'm curious why you wouldn't have supported their ask and then make that additional request for the 2.5 as opposed to go against their request and ask for 10 million. For Trish.
So,
yeah, that was to you.
Okay, and Dr. Gehring, I like your thought too on this, but the reason I didn't is because we had already adopted all the parameters we did. And any number we pick on enrollment is gonna feel like a number out of a hat at this point. So rather than just keep tweaking a number and coming back and back, give full amount, and that's why the motion says as necessary, then they can go use it.
All right, awesome. So that leads me to the second part of the question, and that one is for Dr. Gehring and Elaine. Does keeping our low growth parameter, but authorizing $10,506 additional to be used as needed, if needed, does that solve as well as just adopting the moderate growth numbers?
Thank you for asking that question. This solves our problem actually much better than going to the moderate growth parameter because it gives us leeway to do what we need to do, when we need to do it, and how we need to do it. I will tell you that we will work extremely diligently to make sure that we secure federal funds if at all possible. We are working diligently on enrollment and making sure that we maximize enrollment growth in the district if at all possible, because those are the two drivers for the revenue picture that is coming. We will continue to be very diligent on the expenditure side. We don't always have control over the revenue side, but we do have more control over the expenditure side. We will not spend money if we don't have to, but what it does is creates the opportunity for us to continue to reach towards your core beliefs and the vision statement which you adopted, and helps us to really understand the direction that the district needs to take in the long term. So honestly, I didn't dare to present such a bold proposal to this board, but I'm ecstatic that it's on the table, and I will tell you that we will be very diligent with working with it to make sure that we are great stewards of our taxpayer dollars as we go forward.
I have one final question. The 2% raise versus the 3% raise, what did we say that extra percent was worth?
It's about 2.7 million.
2.7 million? So tipping my hat my hand a little bit, I'll probably vote against your proposal, but I would support a similar proposal for an additional 12.7 million if we can give the teachers a 3% raise to make up for what they didn't get last year.
So I'm going to speak to that because funding staff and raises through fund balance is a dangerous and slippery slope, and it's not sustainable. And I think I said that several times in the last cycle of budget. And so, you know, I might be willing to go through this exercise and approve Trish's motion, but with the caveat of funding staff through fund balance is not sustainable, and it gets us in a dangerous position, and that really concerns me, along with the moderate growth number. I think Dr. Gehring and I have talked about that long and hard about this increased enrollment number, and I'll be truthful and say, you know, our district has broken a lot of trust with our community. And, you know, I went to register Joshua last night and had a required field that I was not really happy about answering. And so we continue those things and then expect enrollment and that data to come in better than expected, but we kind of do this damage on the back end. And so I just really want to caveat that about staffing through fund balance.
I want to add, I would love to give that extra percent, but I like it as an option, you know, based on us being able to get those funds in there for that. Just because then it is a raise that's reoccurring, and because there's so many unknowns right now. I wholeheartedly hear you and agree with you that we need to make up for what we weren't able to do last year. And I hope that our enrollment numbers, and I hope that our government, you know, our state representatives do the right thing here and release our funds, and we're able to do those things. But with all those unknowns, that's really frightening, because it could put us in a situation where then we have to roll things back. And that would be so much worse than not being able to give the extra percent, having to take anything back. But I appreciate HR and Carrie Lynn giving us those options, and I would want us to look very aggressively, Jim, at all of those options, even like having some type of one-time payout to help with like school supplies, as a lot of teachers go, start getting their classrooms ready for the fall for a bunch of kids coming back. We know that school teachers are spending a lot of those funds, to just get their classrooms back. I'd love to be able to do an additional 1% and some type of, one-time payment to help them get their classrooms back in order post-COVID. So I think I like all of those options, but right now with so many unknowns, I would be concerned that we'd be doing something that might put us in a situation in future years with all these unknowns where we have to pull something back.
So nobody will entertain a 4% raise?
It is a legislative session. There's got to be something, Jim, we could work on with legislative committee that we could at least start talking about at a state level, helping get our teachers more funds.
I promise you, if every teacher in this district and every teacher in Round Rock and every teacher in Hutto and every teacher in Georgetown were to call 2 to 3 times a week, if nothing else, they would get tired of their phone ringing. You live in that world. Remind people in the audience and people watching live the impact of your voice picking up the phone and calling somebody and saying, hey, listen to me. What is that worth to them, and what does it get done?
No, the impact is profound. We saw that today as trustees. Being up there as a group of trustees talking about advocating for our public education. The reception was welcoming, and they started a discussion, and we heard some of the exact same phrases we were doing later used in conversations. We even heard some of it on the floor. So it does make a difference to reach out. And there is, as you said, what process are we in? There's a budget process going on, and they're appropriating funds to education so that we can do the things we need to do. And yes, if we got more funding in there to help address for our teachers, that would be amazing. So, and staff. All right, so a couple of things. I want to go back to a statement you made, Alexis. With the proposal that I made, it's basically, my thought of this is, here's a Band-Aid. I don't know if there's a better term for it, but here's a Band-Aid until we can get through this year and look at what is going on, because we need to have a heart-to-heart and figure out some intense things. So the intent is that we do this, knowing that our admin is going to be very diligent with the resources. We're putting a lot of trust, but also know we're going to have accountability because it is taxpayer dollars. We're going to want to follow up. We want to have discussions on revenue and M&O and INS and capital budgets and how we can move forward smart with our taxpayer dollars. Because we have big dreams, but we also have limits on how much revenue is coming in. So given that, Alexis, those constraints and thoughts, is that okay with you, what the motion is that I've made, or are there changes you would want to see?
No, I don't want to really implement any other changes. I think it honors the parameters and things that we put in place in January. And so without the negative effects of staffing cuts or jumping the gun, and I do think that legislative piece is so important that says, please don't do the bait and switch with federal dollars to us. That's just unfair and cruel. But I do know where our fund balance is, and so we do need to possibly spend a little of that right now, but so we don't become targets later. But just that caveat of it's not sustainable long term.
Agreed.
Agreed. All right. there any other discussions? We'll call for a vote. We have a motion made by Anna, second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Nays? 1 nay. Motion carries. Elaine, I'd also like to, when we get ready to have our revenue discussions, and we should probably have those quickly after legislative session, because we have a lot of decisions to make before that next budget cycle hits us again. I would love it if you would get with Aaron on these numbers so we can include some of these, because Aaron's raised some very pertinent points of how are we handling it structurally, and I want to be able to incorporate that into our discussion. How are we doing things structurally? Okay, thank you.
Yes, and we will most likely be having revenue discussions next month in May. We're waiting for our certified estimated property values so that we have concrete information to bring you as far as the compression on the tax rate and what that over levy looks like.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work, I know, and for the exercises, the work that all of our campuses put in, all of our staff put in. I mean, these were some gut-wrenching decisions. And so thank y'all for walking through and getting us to this point. So thank you. Thank you, Elaine.
I believe I'm the next item, so I'm just going to stay here.
Are you? Okay. So then we'll move on to our next agenda item. Consider approval of major maintenance funding for FY 2021-2022.
All right, so we did meet, the administration met with the Bond Advisory Committee to review the status of the 2017 bond and discussed how to use funds remaining from project savings. We also reviewed the major maintenance program and showed how the current funding system does not adequately fund the projects slated for the years 2023 through 2027. From that meeting, the committee recommended using $13.5 million from bond savings and interest earnings to fund major maintenance for the next 2 years. We discussed the same information with the board on April 8th, and after some discussion, at least one board member was amenable to funding $3.5 million for the next fiscal year out of 2017 bond savings. So as part of the 21-22 budget development, we need a decision this evening on how to fund major maintenance projects approved under the 10-year plan that are scheduled to occur in the 21-22 year. And so the recommendation is to fund $3.5 million of those projects from bond savings for the next fiscal year.
Board members, questions? Still hoping the one at a time goal, so. All right, we did discuss this last time. This was from a recommendation made from our committee. So do we have a motion?
I move the Board of Trustees allocate $3.5 million of bond project savings existing within the 2017 bond program to fund eligible maintenance projects through June 30, 2022.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Anna, a second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, Elaine, I think you're up again. You're going to get tired of us. Consider approval of budget amendments.
I think you're tired of me. So this is not on the consent agenda this month because I want to be able to point out one budget amendment that we're asking for. For April, in addition to transfers among functions, we're asking to increase the overall budget by $350,000 to advance new instructional facility allotment funds to Tarvin Elementary. So this is because the administration has changed the process for templates for opening a new school. And so we're getting a lot of the stuff that's previously been funded out of bond funds, out of the bond fund, and using the funds that we generate from the state for startup cost to fund Tarvin. So the timing is a little bit tricky. We need to order the supplies by the end of the fiscal year, some of those. Some of those can be ordered in July in order to be here for the start of the school year. The funding will happen in 21-22, so we're needing to advance budget to the Tarvin administration and other departments so they can go ahead and get these supplies ordered. So the budget amendment this month is asking for $350,000 to advance those funds for the opening of Tarvin.
Board members, any questions? And is action requested on this one tonight?
Yes.
So traditionally, this was paid for out of the bond, or no?
Yes, all startup costs for the new school were paid for out of the bond.
And we're changing this now because?
Because there were items that were funded out of bond that I don't think are appropriate there. Consumable supplies.
Because of life expectancy, or?
Yes. So these are consumable supplies, other short-term items that we don't feel are appropriate to use bond funds for. This is why we're pushing it over to the M&O side.
And just so we're clear, by using our operating budget to fund these, we're not paying interest on consumable supplies in the form of a bond.
Correct. The district applies for new instructional facility allotments each time you open a new school, but those dollars have just been going into the operating fund as revenues and not being used towards the school, and so I'm changing that practice.
I move that the board approve the amendments to the 2020-2021 budget reflecting an increase to the revenue and expenditures as well as transfers among functions with an impact of $350,000 to the total operating deficit.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Christine, second from Jim. Any other discussion?
Just a quick follow-up question. My understanding from the note on this, Elaine, was that you expected NEFA funds to be authorized to offset that $350,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we'll apply for the funds this summer, and then the cash is actually flowed to the district next year, but we can't wait till next year to order the items.
All right, there no, oh, yes?
Can we, in a Friday memo or something, can we just see what we're moving? I think it's great. I just want to wrap my head around it, the details. So just in a Friday memo, if we could get the list of I think it's much better. I just want to be sure I understand.
Yes.
Yeah, I've shared that. I was like, this seems like some low-hanging fruit that, if I understand correctly, we were paying for this in bond funds, which means we were paying that plus interest over time. When the reimbursement came in from the state, we were just putting that into the regular budget. So at the end of the day, we were actually spending more money. Yeah. Oh, this is a good one.
Get behind it.
I'm there.
All right. All right, there are no other questions. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, Elaine, I think you're leaving us now. All right, and it's before midnight. How does that feel? Yeah.
I do not want to see any of you on my birthday.
Or we could sing happy birthday to you now.
You'll be you will be singing to an empty seat.
Well, and I don't see happy birthday as an agenda item, but still. All right, we could still sing. All right, moving on to 8A5. Consider approval of guaranteed maximum price number 1 for elementary 29.
Madam President, board members, we're here tonight to recommend the approval of GMP number 1 for elementary 29. It's scheduled to open in 2022 and 23. And as we have previously presented information, even opening the school, we're still going to be having Larkspur and playing between 700 and 750 students after 29 opens, which would be the main relief for those campuses. Any other questions?
I move that the board approve GMP number 1 in the amount of $10,146,000 for elementary number 29. Did I say that right?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Anna and a second from Jim. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll move to, thank you, Jimmy. We'll move to item 8A6, Business and Finance Monthly Reports. Oh, look at that, Elaine.
That went too fast.
Yeah, all right. So if it's okay with the board with permission, I'm just going to open this up. Elaine, we've got monthly bond status, monthly financial report, monthly investment report, and monthly tax collection report. Can you just walk us through these, including the budget projection?
I could if I could find them. So the one I mainly want to focus on is the budget projections for the current fiscal year. I believe last month we started presenting 2 to you, and so we continued that this month. The difference is with hold harmless or without, and I'm trying to figure out which one is which. So in the red heading, average daily attendance, so this is hold harmless for both the fall and the spring semester. And as Dr. Gearing mentioned earlier, the six weeks just started, and we've met 4 of the 11 days that we need, so we're growing more confident that we will get this funding. And so if that comes to fruition, we are looking at a $13 million deficit versus the 29.9 currently budgeted. Again, tax collections are higher than budgeted because we budgeted at a lower rate, and that did not come to fruition. We're seeing a significant savings in the area of payroll because we did not fill all of the budgeted positions due to the lower enrollment. And so this is good news in that we're anticipating ending this fiscal year without hitting fund balance as much as anticipated last year or when the budget was adopted. And then the other monthly reports are just your standard. On the bond status report, I'll just point out that I'm working with Jimmy to close out some additional projects so that we can clear those budgets that are remaining on projects that have been completed. And at the bottom of that report, you'll see the project savings line grow. And so we'll bring that to you in the form of an amendment to the bond funds like we've done once previously.
Quick question on the hold harmless. You said we've met the enrollment projections for 4 of 11 days. So each day we have to hit a particular number?
For a total of 11 days in the six-week period, we have to have in-person students for more than 48.5% rate.
And what happens if any of those days are below that number?
So we have a total of 11 for the whole 6-week period.
Got it.
They don't have to be consecutive. We just have to have 11 total. We have
11
4
total
already,
Got it.
and we're tracking on the others, and they're looking positive. So we're
Got it. So it's not consecutive.
It's not consecutive.
Got it. All right.
Can you walk me through just briefly on the average daily attendance, hold harmless numbers, the budget projections? The first slide is in the fall semester, and the second slide is in the fall and spring.
Right. So we received hold harmless in the fall pretty automatically. And then when they announced hold harmless for the spring, it came with the criteria that your last 6-week period exceeded in-person learners by more than your PEMS date.
But I mean, I'm sorry, the slide though, I'm looking at what's the difference between the two. So I'm flipping back and forth.
It's the revenue number, so you can see the impact of hold harmless. Without hold harmless, our revenues are nearly $9 million less than budgeted. And with hold harmless, they're under $1 million less than budgeted. So you can see the impact of hold harmless funding. The expenditures stay the same in both cases.
Awesome. Excellent. Board members, any other questions?
Real quick on the CNS deficit, is that the purchases of like extra snacky stuff and things like that? Is that what that refers to?
No, so our child nutrition fund has really suffered this year because we don't have as many students, and the students on campus are not participating in the program to the extent normal. And so we have staff and food cost, And so we have the potential of using all of the fund, having a loss that would use all of the fund balance in that fund.
Okay.
Legally, we cannot have a negative fund balance in the child nutrition fund. So we're anticipating needing to transfer 1.4 million to bail that fund out. Before COVID, we were in a situation of having too much fund balance and needing to spend it down. And so Upenda's team has been doing a fabulous job trying to find additional revenues by offering additional meals. And then just today, we got new information that TDA is putting out about some federal funding that they've received through the latest stimulus package. And so we'll be participating in that webinar next week to figure out what we can submit to get additional funds. And so this 1.4 million may not be necessary or
Okay.
a lesser amount.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. You already answered. Thank you.
Is in the federal column for SHARS, is that the extra $1 million, I guess you said we received extra money? Is that reflected in this chart?
So remember, this is for the current year.
Yeah.
The extra million would be for next year
year.
above
Okay.
what we have
That's what I was-
projected
okay.
for next year, based on our cost report data.
Lane, you had mentioned that you were keeping us updated, and I'm seeing it in here on the lawsuits pending, because last time that did hit our budget and cause a bit of sticker shock. Do you see anything in here that, so far, that is something we're watching closely, or does this all seem on par? Because I don't have anything to compare it to what it was like last year.
I can't remember what point in time last year we started including these reports. I believe it was by April, maybe it was May, but it seems to be trending the same. We're not seeing the refunds that we saw last year that brought our delinquent tax collections down.
Excellent, thank you.
I appreciate all the questions about the monthly reports. This is exciting.
We said we'd be watching that budget closely. Thank you, Elaine,
Thank
for all
you.
this work and all the information. Thank you. It's all the great information that just spawned more questions for us. All right. Board members, we can go on to governance, but do we need a 5-minute break? Okay, we're gonna, okay. Let's go ahead and take a break into 10:05, and then we'll come back and do the second part of our agenda this evening. Board members, if we can come back to our meeting. It is 10:13. And my computer froze yet again. Before we move to the next items, and I'd like to put like a close on a discussion we had in the upper part in operations. Jim had asked, or Trustee McKay had asked about how out-of-pocket expenses, and thought that was a great question. We have done this before as a district. Carrie Lynn did do some surveys, but she's going to put that together for a board memo so we can see it and then figure out how we can go forward. So thank you, Jim, for bringing that. And board members, look for your Friday memo. You'll get an update on it. All right, let's move on into our next item, which is governance. And item 8B1, discussion of mission of Leander ISD and district mission statement. Do we want to keep going to strategic planning too? Do you want them together or one at a time?
We'll do one at a time.
One at a
Thank
time.
you.
And if y'all would just introduce yourself as well.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. I'm Sarah Grissom, one of our area superintendents, and along with me, I have at the table, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, good evening, Laura Lynn Arterberry, one of our area superintendents.
Hi, good evening, Krista Gudleen, Assistant Superintendent of Pathways and Innovation.
All right, and we are here tonight to continue the conversations around district mission. As you all know, we have been heavily involved in conversations as we are planning for and thinking about what is that future that we want to create here in our district. And you have adopted recently a vision statement of where we want to be down the road. And then we started some conversations around mission as we want to identify how are we going to get there. What are the things that we see are critical in that mission critical in order to reach that vision? We started with stories actually back in March, thinking about examples of when we have lived out our best work. And taking those stories, what were the themes that came out? What were the actions? What were the impact? And using that to then drive some deeper conversations around what are those things that we see will get us to our vision. So last board meeting, we were in small groups. It was a late night, so that might be a flash of a memory. And you all drafted some statements. And then we identified 4 people, so 2 board members and 2 cabinet members, to take those draft statements and work through those and see if they couldn't combine to bring a statement back to the group tonight. And our 2 cabinet members, Laura Lynn and Krista, were the ones who had volunteered for this work. So I'm going to turn it over to them, along with Anna and Aaron, who are board members, a part of that, to tell the story of what their work that they did.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yes, Krista and I had the great opportunity to spend some time yesterday morning with Mr. Johnson and Mrs. Smith, and you'll see up on the board, kind of the way we framed our work was to really take the vision statement that you all recently adopted and kind of go back to those core beliefs that we started our evening looking at and did exactly what you did tonight, sat down and looked at the core beliefs and then went all the way to the other end of the piece of paper and you'll see the refined graduate profile. And we really wanted to try to find some connections between those documents. And like Sarah said, knowing that the mission statement was going to be how we were going to achieve this, that's where we started our work. And so Aaron and Anna did a beautiful job of kind of explaining to Krista and I how the vision statement was crafted and really unpacking it word for word for us, which was extremely powerful and extremely helpful to set up our conversations regarding mission. And so at this time, I'd love to open it up to Anna and Aaron. If you'd like to just kind of talk through a little bit of the process, if you're comfortable doing that, I would appreciate it.
So we had a fun Wednesday morning. It was Wednesday, yeah. What we were trying, I'll be honest with you, I was real excited about our vision statement, and then I listened to the student advisory, and it really totally played games with my head. Because I'm trying to, from a parent perspective, I'm like, I love this. But then I'm listening to our students, and it's like, why are they putting all this pressure on us? We just got out of this competitive, academic game. And so I think for us being able to talk about that and basically, our vision is what we're envisioning, but our mission is explaining what our vision is. And so we kind of looked at everything and just kind of formulated it. But one thing that we really thought that would be great to have board, not approval, but board recommendations, I can't talk, guys, is creating an environment that, because y'all remember all those dots we did? There was all these key phrases, and a lot of those key phrases had a lot of red dots and green dots, and I think that that's kind of where we're going, is so that way our entire board has a say in it. We can get an idea of how we want to build this mission statement. And then also going back to the word cultivate, we just really like that word. It's different. And also, I know a lot of students were having questions about that word. And so that just kind of like, it all goes into, I remember whoever did the circle, I forget, not the tree. It all just kind of plays into it, like, here's our vision, here's our mission, here's our core beliefs, like they're all connecting. So, Aaron, what am I missing?
I think it's great background. We were invited to think about core beliefs in particular, and the graduate profile as well, in terms of how they connect to vision and mission. And so we spent a little time sort of reviewing core beliefs and breaking those down, comparing those to the drafts that we did last time. A lot of overlap in some of those drafts. One key thing in our core beliefs that maybe wasn't directly reflected was our first core belief around knowing our students. And so as we started looking at kind of the collection of core beliefs and other mission statement drafts, we wanted to try and link to the vision statement and expand on it. And so we kind of anchored our work around the cultivates each student individually language. We said, let's expand on that and let's talk a little bit about how we do that. And so that led us back to some of the core beliefs components and an effort to try and sort of simplify and state those things in a way that would answer our how. And one of the things we also talked about was the most sought after language and how that potentially ties into the graduate profile, how the things that we want our students to exit the system with are really it's one place where we're defining many of the things that we think constitute most sought after. We also, I mentioned in the conversation that maybe our 10 ethical principles enter in here too in terms of most sought after qualities or characteristics. And so maybe it's an opportunity for us to review those, refresh those, and incorporate those as part of the most sought after supporting materials, right?
Mr. Johnson, would you explain our conversation around resiliency? Because I think that's the word we came up with, and I appreciated you really taking that directly from the core beliefs and guiding us through that.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about the word fail. Because, you know, so I raised a question about one of the statements in our core beliefs. I guess I have to go back to this. The second core belief statement includes the language that we want our life changers to empower, to be empowered so they can inspire our students to own their own learning. And so I talked about the tension I feel in the concept of students owning their own learning and the potential for them to fail, right? All the supports that we bring in, if a student really is asked to own their own learning, they will make mistakes. And does our system accept that, welcome that, even encourage that in a way that's healthy and safe and allows them to learn and grow? And so it was kind of a question of what's the role of failure in our system? And we talked a lot about fail forward, we talked about fail fast, and we talked about fail small, right? So the idea that if you have many small failures, that you can use those to build and grow and learn, whereas the few really big failures can be debilitating and can be really frustrating and challenging. So helping our students to develop comfort with mistakes and failure, And ultimately, we converted that into this concept or this word. We anchored it on this word of resiliency, right? That capacity is something we want to develop. And I think there still is, at least for me, some tension and some work we might need to do in terms of how we think about students owning their own learning, what the implications of that are, because at least at my house, there's not a lot of owning your own learning because mom and dad are pretty involved, right? And add teachers and administrators, and you know, how much do we really promote and encourage that? And how do we do that at an early age in a way that is age appropriate, but helps to develop that expectation so that some of our students, and I can relate to this in my own home, some of our students aren't just passengers on the bus and arriving wherever the bus takes them, and minimally invested in their own destination, right? So anyway, hopefully that at least gives some context, right?
Aaron, I'm curious, as far as the discussion of resiliency, can you help me understand if you see this different as, you know, there's been some terms of grit being used? Is resiliency what you would say is the same thing as grit, or is it different? And where would you see that in the mission statement as far as this resiliency I think that you're talking about? And is that resilient? Make sure I'm making the assumption right, that resiliency is this fail forward, fail small. Is that what you're talking about? And where would you put it in the mission statement if that's it?
Yeah, ultimately, I think it wasn't big enough or central enough to necessarily rise into the language of the mission statement as we were drafting it. At least in our discussion, it wasn't. But we felt like it was really present in knowing each student, and we talked about challenging and whether we like challenging or not. But anyway, presenting them with personalized and appropriate material, right? We sometimes call that challenging, but anyway. We also think of that in terms of the environment that we create, right? Does that environment cultivate a willingness to take risks and to try things and to accept failure and learn from our mistakes? You know, we have these labs. What are at Vista and at Vandy, right? Our incubators. Thank you. Right. That sort of concept of take a chance, go figure something out, try it out, learn as you go. Right. You're going to make assumptions. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to learn. You're going to talk to people. Your ideas are going to change and grow and evolve. How do we cultivate that sort of mindset early on, instead of at the same time that we're teaching multiplication tables, which have only one right answer, right, and things like that. So anyway, too much talking.
So
well, no, because he and I actually had not disagreement, we had a very lively discussion on that, because I'm looking at it from my lens. And so once he explained it, I went back to our core beliefs on bullet number 4, and I was trying to figure out how to rephrase that, because I feel like it's a lot of what Aaron's saying, but it's not coming out and saying, you know, we need you to fail before you get better.
Well, it's that hypothesis test method, right? When you do a science fair project, it's the same type of thing. You put a statement out there, then you test it to see if it's going to work. And sometimes some of the best science comes out of the failure.
Yeah, we talked about the Thomas Edison light bulb kind of concept, right? I mean, thousands of ways not to light a light bulb, right? I was going to say something else. What was it? You asked about grit, and I think they're closely related, right? I think one of my concerns is I also don't want students to leave our system who've never failed before, because it's coming, right? It's going to happen. And, you know, like I was describing before, for them, it might be really big when it happens because they've never really known it before. And are they prepared? Are they equipped to bounce back and to, you know, head in a new direction or learn from the mistake? So I think giving everybody opportunities to experience that. And I think most of our students naturally do. I think that it would be very unusual for a student to leave the system who hadn't experienced failure, right? But are they able to reflect on it? Are they able to learn from it and talk about those failures, right?
So just so I'm clear, on the, instead of owning their own learning, you're thinking more in terms of actively participating in their learning.
I don't know, right? I mean, my question to the team, and I guess to you, is when we say we want students to own their own learning, what do we really mean? Are we willing to accept all that could come with that if we really, truly give them ownership? Granted, you know, from a younger age, they're going to own a smaller percentage, right? At an older age, they're going to own a larger percentage. But are we really willing to accept all that may be involved with their ownership?
All right, I was waiting to see if there's any other comments. So what you'll notice, we have our draft mission statement over on the side. We're going to get into small groups again, like we've done before with board members and cabinet members to get some feedback. But just from the conversations that you're hearing and kind of the debrief of how the small group meeting went, you'll see that we have it in bullet points that we will cultivate each student individually by. And the first bullet point is what Mr. Johnson pointed out about knowing our students individually. The second one is about the environment, and it says creating an environment that ... And so that's where we're really going to need some feedback from you all, especially considering this conversation we just had. If we really want to create an environment that allows students to become resilient and to fail and learn from their failures, how do we describe that and what does that look like in there? And then the third piece was really about having a collaborative approach and partnership with our community in this work. And so those are going to be the three main ideas from this. So what we're going to do is we're going to move into similar groups to what we had last week, or the last board meeting, excuse me, not last week, but the last board meeting. So we'll have 4 groups. They're listed up here. We're going to have Ms. Smith's table be table 1, and then we'll do 2, 3, and 4. And we're going to ask cabinet members to bring their chairs up to join the appropriate group. We'll ask at least one person in that group to have some sort of writing utensil with them. And I see a lot of people kind of squinting to see what group you're going to go in, so I'll let you know who's at group 1. Group 1, which is this table over here, will be Anna, Trish, Susan, Matt, Carrie Lynn, and Jimmy. At this table right here is going to be Gloria, Alexis, John, Kendra, Elaine, and Laura Lynn. Group 3, which will be this table where Sarah's at right now, will be Jim, Bruce, Jennifer, Kimberly, Helene, and me. And then the last group will be Aaron, Christine, Sarah, Corey, Jody, and Jason. And so the 4 of us who worked on that have separated so that we can answer any questions from that small group committee. So let's move there, and then I'll give you the next instructions.
And if you haven't found in your packet, there is the draft mission statement along with what you had produced last time, if you want to bring that, please.
I didn't bring a chair, so that's why Aaron and I. Can't see. Neither can I. I'm like, my eyes are all red. I think my contacts are tired. Hey, John.
Is it John?
It is.
Remember John being in our group?
He was.
I was right next to you. Of course I remember.
Didn't we have Jason? Okay.
I try to keep them in the back.
Okay. As we move into your groups, what you will see there is you should each have a paper that has the adopted vision statement up top, the draft mission statement, the updated draft mission statement from the small group, and then below were the previous ones that we did in the last meeting. So you have those to reference. You also have a sheet that looks like this to be able to provide feedback for us. So in your groups, we're going to give you time to provide warm feedback, which warm feedback is, yes, we're getting close, I really like this. Cool feedback, which not quite there, we need to do a lot of work. And then suggestions. So what, if we have some cool feedback, what might you suggest that be instead? So we're going to need to assign one person in your group to be a scribe, and then you're going to just look over and start giving us feedback based on our conversations.
Okay, I'm a horrible student. Are we looking at this or this?
This was what we did in the last one.
That's part of it, and then give feedback on the whole thing.
Within some kind of environment with a collaborative approach, but this is where we could not.
I like the attempt at the header statement tying to phrases from the visuals.
Yes.
To me, that's what we like.
The whole concept.
So I like that this right here, the cultivate each student.
Well, mine's not
right
right
here, right?
Right.
So
Is this what the
so our mission aligns with
feedback on or this?
how we're going to do it.
So this is what we did last time. So like it was
Smart. I like that.
Yes, last time.
Hello, we are.
Yes, come on in. The appreciating is in parentheses because we didn't know if it was respecting and appreciating. If you respect, you automatically appreciate, or vice versa. We just didn't. Those were some of the conversations we had, so we put it there because both of those terms each can.
Because it sounds like we're doing it, like you're doing it and you're doing it individually.
So do you think it's 3?
So knowing, respecting, and appreciating.
So as we look at the
Put that in
draft,
suggestion column.
what is warm? So like, oh, we're getting closer.
Oh, that was kind of directive, wasn't it?
Now we see what it would be like to work in a group with you all in class.
I suggest you put that in the
By
suggestion.
respecting student differences.
My warm feedback is I agree, I like this header, which is the first part, but then I also heard Aaron talking about the fact that in here is embedded the rest of this vision. So the mission really becomes the how we accomplish the vision.
Each and every student, right? If you know each and every student,
This is
then
my cool, like, I have goals.
that was the whole conversation.
I'm not really sure what does that job. It comes
Should we
back.
keep each student in that bullet point?
So that'll be a suggestion.
Each
So
student's
I
top line.
What they're taking.
Knowing and appreciating every.
So like you would take individually out and say each student.
Thank you.
I'm just the value of Bonnie and Tylenol. I think we all come to you because we know out of all the board members, if somebody has a headache, we're like, go ask her when she has it.
You're already
identifying. Yes. I think that was the conversation we had in small group when they were explaining the connection between this and the core values, was that there was a discussion about each and every versus all, and that was kind of the compromise, was to say each student individually.
Is it strange that our header and the bullet both uses the phrase each student? We will cultivate each student individually by knowing and respecting and appreciating.
Knowing and appreciating each student. I want a word I'm looking for that's not like so much like strength, but it's just that who they are, right? Like
their personality, their character.
Like what you know.
I mean, it would be them.
Them, that's about, yeah.
Right.
Pronoun,
That's
yeah.
Individually. I didn't know how to word that correctly, and then I love that.
I really want to
Well,
talk about.
they're all different, right? And you would respect them by knowing they're different.
Because I think that's such an
Because they
important,
might
I've
be
heard Aaron
unique
saying there's such a paradigm shift.
Right, unique
From what
experiences, and I don't know.
existing in the system, and so I really want to hear
What's that word? What's that word?
by recognizing
Can you summarize what you wrote down?
these differences
So what I heard
in
her talking about
environment
was,
that
you know,
through
if we really want kids to own their
honors
own
and
learning, we
develops
have to
those.
create an environment that supports them failing forward, failing fast, and failing small, because otherwise, if you own your learning, that's going to happen, right? And we don't want them to fail big and not be able to recover from that. So we've got to start to create an environment that produces these opportunities for this to happen in a very supportive way, and that it's scaffolded, you know, pre-K-12, because I heard him say, I heard you call it scaffolding, but he said, you know, obviously they get more support when they're younger and that weans off as they get older. These are the implications of students owning their learning. It's a system paradigm shift. He said students are no longer just passengers on the bus, right? And he explained in his own situation, like as parents, we're supporting them, and then teachers, administrators, everybody's supporting them so much. They literally don't have to think; they just have to get on what they're told to get off and get at the destination. And that's shifting, right?
Or just say
Personalized and appropriate material, and then risk-taking.
And creating an environment that honors and
Some
cultivates.
discussion about what is required to do this and how does that relate to resilience and grit. That reference to ethical principles, which I think is going to flow in the next feedback again. I think this third bullet is so great, the collaboration and partnership. I love that word partnership, right? So it means we're all doing this together. We're not,
Like, I'm thinking like their
and community input is critical.
experiences and like,
Really like that bullet, just
right,
exactly.
right, that's, but I can't think of what I want to say, but I'm not just,
So it's also.
right,
who they are.
exactly, I feel like differences isn't the word I want.
It's in there, but put it into that without it
It's like
I
every,
feel like, because it sounds like this is what we're doing.
Backgrounds, their
it's all of that, it's like everything, your academic, your personal, your whole being,
I feel like
who you are, right?
it's
And
saying what we're saying, but
Yeah, that, I love that one. Like I kept
Move it
going
there
back
and
to
put
that.
it
Like that's
at the
the bullet point that I kept going to. Like how can we rephrase that? Because I feel like that right there has everything.
I need a computer.
Start with the verb again.
I do like that. I do like
So I
that.
mean, I guess if
I
we're.
do
Oh,
like
you
that.
wrote it down.
And I would say with our
Say it again.
community, 'cause I
That's
think
exactly
partnering
what I
and
was going to say,
collaborating,
yeah.
like if you're partnering, you're collaborating.
She had it.
I would say partnering with our community and our family.
I do like that.
Learning, do we want to say
I would consider
We
adding.
get that on that paper as a suggestion.
Suggestion, yeah.
I'm suggesting.
What are
I'm not
you,
telling.
I know you said you didn't like the way it reads. What are you maybe not sure of on the way?
this is what I said.
Right,
Okay,
okay.
okay.
What's the word that kind of,
That was part of the conversation too, is failure.
I don't know what it is.
Because they don't have an understanding of what that is.
Their parents, their schooling
See, I thought like we would, at least when I was looking at the creating environment, we would take something that he missed this.
Terminal failure, right? When it's over, you fail and it's over. Then there's, you make errors.
It's all good. It's a power word.
There's correction and
See,
growth.
some of these are already in here. Like I remember
Another way of talking
inclusive
about
was in
that
there,
instead of the word fail.
and empowering was a big
I
one.
can't ever think of that.
They're creatures.
about, I don't know, each student's stories? I don't know if that's right either, but it's getting closer, like to, and when I say story, it's like the story of who you are, right? Of everywhere you've been and where you're going and
Environment that.
who you are.
Environment that.
Which one?
I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna look for a synonym.
Not having to have a document or something.
Poor Sean doesn't get a group.
It's really sad that he doesn't get to work with you.
Can we say celebrate and support failing forward, failing fast, and failing small? What happens next? That leads to, what does this say?
I did too. I just wonder if other people will get that. But that's like,
I don't know if it captures the.
I don't know if it's just because
you say
we're.
celebrates and supports risk taking.
Would you
celebrate and build upon those lines? Like maybe it's more of looking at the action, like what you're doing.
Movie
that could
one,
cause you
movie
to
two.
Fail or be
We'll make the
successful,
sequel.
right? And that same thing. If I take risk, I might fail or I might be successful.
We'll create the ending of their
That's what
story.
I really want people to be willing to.
And create an ending that results in creating their story. Building their story.
Oh, that's good. I like that. I like that.
Header,
And empower with.
At 11 o'clock.
Yeah, because you want to celebrate those small successes.
Well, yours here, aren't
I know, yay.
Yay.
But I'm thinking about I mean, I just put inspires, empowers.
Sometimes we really learn a lot of stuff.
Not necessarily. We really
I've had some spectacular experiences in my life that I've learned a lot from.
It's funny, it's in our conversation on Wednesday, we're like, we had an opportunity that failed forward at 8:01 yesterday morning, and that instructional leadership meeting we planned, and it did not work out. So that was it was mine and Laura Lynn's group too, we're like, didn't work out, so we just kept moving.
But it was okay.
Yeah, it was okay, we just kept, all right, let's just keep going. I mean, it was a good idea.
Great idea.
Every time someone says we need to do this as a meeting, I tell them that's not a thing.
Those are the three. So where does your?
That did? Okay, let me go check these other two things.
You gotta do graduate profile.
Well, that's where we're trying to get with that.
How are y'all? I think it all goes, especially like going back and we have like respecting. Okay, yeah, respecting back and forth on.
I am right now, but at the end of this month, I can't, like, as
What do you got, Jim? Can you read it for us?
Yeah. She's like, no. So I did a check-in with each group. It looks like about 3 more minutes, and then we're going to share out our top 2 ideas.
Top 2. So this is one of them, don't you think?
Yes.
So which one was our other one that we want to share? Do we want to share one of our more?
Yes, we had that discussion. Correct the fresh drinks.
Something about it.
Well, like, we've got 2 suggestions.
Something about an environment.
to roll out and like our data company.
Innovative. Ooh, I like that.
We have
Yes. Innovator. Okay. I like if you just attach that to your.
Bullet statement is not a routine.
So I guess my question is, are we on the right track with those topics like
No.
individual student?
Isn't there a movie about that, like with a car involved in bullets? That seems like a...
So I feel like the content is right, we just don't have the work. And we just, that's all we saw. So those were the 3, the 3 things that we really looked at were knowing the student,
IT?
designing that environment, and then there's a partnership. Those were the 3 that were, kept coming up every time. Beliefs in the graduate profile. Sure, please.
So bullet is, there was a movie, IT?
I hear the conversation starting to die down a little bit.
That makes
So
sense.
if you can have one person from your group who will share your top 2 ideas that you want to provide back for us. So your top 2 ideas that you'd like to be able to provide back for us, and you can use, the mics that are at your table to share. So let's start with this group here, and then we'll go down the row.
Our top 2 ideas, our top idea was to shorten the bullet points and to use, we use them there and tying it back to student in those concepts. We started all of them with a verb as well, so we tightened them up.
So we tried to solve for the second bullet, creating an environment that, and we added, I'll just read the whole bullet, creating an environment that celebrates and supports the successes and failures that lead to personal growth. And then our second one was the third bullet we really liked.
Thanks. All right. So what we came up with was we will cultivate each individual student by celebrating each student's unique story, nurturing deep learning through collaborative community partnerships.
Can we steal y'all? No, you're all weird.
So we really liked partnerships, the word partnerships, but we wanted to suggest to change it to, instead of community, to LISD families. And then we just had a lot of great words for suggestions, but we're not able to land on a statement like inspires, empowered, support every student, innovation. So that's as far as we got.
That's okay, that's a process. So we wanted to give you an idea to 1, brainstorm, and 2, hear a little bit of where everyone was going in the groups. What we're going to do is we're going to collect this feedback from each one of the groups so that we can take it, have another small group meeting, and then kind of see what we come up with for another draft and bring that back to you all at a future board meeting. So thank you for participating today. I heard a lot of great conversations, and I appreciate your efforts.
I'll make sure that they get it.
Look, I like what he said right there.
All right. Excellent discussion. We'll now move on to 8B2, the strategic planning discussion.
All right, good evening again. So just wanted to take just a little bit of time tonight to talk about how do all of these components that we have been talking about for the past 6 months, really, as we've engaged in the strategic thinking thus far, and talk through a possible framework for developing a strategic plan, knowing that what we're laying the foundation for is creating, what it is we want to build in the future. So how are we going to get there? And that's where that strategic plan comes into play. So this visual should look very familiar. We have put this in front of you many a time as we've talked about how does all of this lead to that strategic plan. And, as we have been on this road, here are some of the incredible work that has come out of that journey. The core beliefs were in the middle of the refinement of the graduate profile, the adopted vision statement, and mission, which is a work in progress but is coming, but you're starting to see those connections there. So knowing that, along with all of those pieces, we've also engaged in some shared learning around topics such as equity and diversity and deeper learning. So how do all of these fit together? And before we dig into thinking about that, I just want to bring into focus one of our cultural norms of living out a continuous improvement philosophy. And when you think about strategic planning, that is continuous improvement lived out. And so it is an iterative cycle that we will be engaging in and really thinking about those incremental improvements to move this system forward that will get us eventually to that vision that you all have identified. Part of this work is intentionally using continuous improvement tools because it gets stakeholder voice involved in the process and helps to create shared meaning. And you've been engaging in those tools over the course of this work. We've been using those through this, so you've actually lived that out as well. And you can see through that process how it does help to bring everybody's voice to the table and bring us to a shared meaning and understanding. Yes, sir?
I don't know if you come into this, but you talked about continuous improvement cycles and strategic planning, and I don't know if you were going to talk about the different level and size of the cycles. Am I preempting you, or you get in there?
We will see. Oh. I'm not sure. Normally I can read your mind, so I'm not sure if, but so how does all of this fit together? And so we have been talking quite a bit and really trying to think about how, as we go into building this long-range plan, how do all of these pieces fit together? And, so this is lots of collaboration and just talking things through. And so what we have put forth here tonight is just a possible planning framework of how we are seeing that all of this connects to the work. And so just wanted, again, just so that we can continue to create shared meaning amongst us all, have just a little bit of time unpacking this. And Dr. Gearing, if I do not hit what you're thinking, then make sure that you jump in. So really, as we think about our foundation, we have our guiding documents and the core beliefs, vision, and mission. And, that's the why are we here? What do we want to accomplish? Where are we headed? When in those guiding documents, we have that graduate profile, which is instrumental because that really is, that's that promise to our students, the outcome that we're looking for. And those core beliefs, vision, and mission help drive all of that. We next see that critical lenses, deeper learning, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and student experiences and empowerment, which actually are beautifully written in your core beliefs. And so thinking about everything that we do is through those three lenses. So how does that permeate all of this planning? Some key processes that we know for years, and we've been working through these and continue to improve those, that are the vehicles that get us to those improvements. So that's high-functioning PLCs, professional learning communities, high-quality teaching and learning, because that has got to be at the heart of this. Leadership development, because we know this work can only be accomplished with leaders empowered at every part of our organization. And that culture piece, that culture of continual improvement, that it is an iterative process, and every day we are getting better. So you see all of those pieces, and then you get down to, okay, so then how are we going to actually make this happen? How are we going to get to the vision? And that's where those priority goal areas come in. So really thinking about what are those key levers that if we focus on, it's going to drive us closer to that vision. And from those priority goal areas, that's where we get into the improvement planning. That's that goal definement with the performance objectives, with the performance measures, and all of the strategies. So that leads to that long-range plan. So what you see there, we have the priority goal areas as placeholders right now because we've not identified those. And as I know we have a special meeting on May 13th, and that's part of the work that we're going to do together, is really looking at what are those key levers that will drive us and our system to that vision. It was so fascinating. Last week, had the opportunity to unpack the vision and core beliefs with our DWIC committee. And it was powerful conversation, listening to them make connections to all of it. And then just ask the simple question of wondering, what wonderings do they have? And one parent said, how are we going to do this? And I said, that is a great question. And I said, I don't have the answer because this has to be a collaborative approach. We cannot pull this off without everyone involved and being a part of this planning process. So when we get to that improvement planning, that is cross-functional. That is where we have board members as well as cabinet members, as well as parents, as well as staff and students really coming around the table and thinking and figuring out how are we going to collectively do this. We have an aspirational vision, a graduate profile that is setting out incredible student outcomes that we want to see. We are collectively going to have to work to figure out how we're going to get there. And so we want everyone at the table to engage in that process. So then I come back to, again, it's all going to be grounded in a continuous improvement cycle, that plan, do, study, act, right? So we're going to narrow the focus, we're going to make improvements, and then we adjust as we respond to the system. And it is continuous, right? So it is that cycle that just keeps going, it's iterative, that drives us closer to that vision that we have laid out. And while a strategic plan is a long-term plan, I think what is key is that it's responsive. So while we're going to go through a process and develop a strategic plan, we're going to have some things on paper, but we also know that things continue to shift. And as improvements are made in our system, it's going to be important for us to continue to come back and revisit it and make adjustments and be responsive to our system and what we are seeing, what signals we are seeing in our system that are driving us to our graduate profile and our vision. So I'm going to pause because I'm thinking I didn't say what you were hoping I was going to say.
So I think one of the things that I've learned since I've been in Leander ISD is that as a continuous improvement district, these continuous improvement cycles are cycles and not a cycle. And so as we start talking about strategic plan and vision, what we're doing is putting the first of many 5-year cycles into place, because just because we set a vision for 5 years out doesn't mean that that's the end. That's just really the end of that cycle. And so I see this continuous improvement cycle on that 5-year scale. But then inside of that 5-year scale cycle, there are 5 smaller cycles for every year. So every year has a continuous improvement cycle in it to try to get to what are the specific objectives that we're trying to accomplish in this particular year of the cycle. And then as we go through those year by year, of course, those are changing and modifying because of the continuous improvement nature. And so as we cycle through year 1, we'll learn a whole bunch of things that then influence what we do in year 2. And by the way, are modifying the bigger cycle because, we may now start to say, well, if we said we were going to do this by the end of 5 years, but now we know that we can do more, or, we may have to change trajectory slightly, or there's lots of things that are going to happen inside that. And then inside each of those 1-year cycles, there are tons of continuous improvement cycles. And these go all the way down into the conversation we were having about individual students and owning their learning and owning their own continuous improvement cycles for meeting their own goals. And so the culture of continuous improvement that's listed, and I would love it if you wouldn't mind going back to the strategic planning framework. Yeah. So when we put that culture of continual improvement in there, that becomes a large part of the key process that drives this entire piece. I'd like to stay here for a little bit. I don't know where you were leading the discussion.
that was it. I was going to come back and just unpack and let people ask questions, but go ahead.
So I'd love to have more conversation about this particular slide and how these pieces go together. This made sense to us as we had conversation about it, but I'd love to hear from board members how this makes sense. Erin brought up a great point about the guiding documents. You can see a big box there for those other guiding documents. I think it's great that our storyboard is sitting under the existing guiding documents here. So we've got the ethical principles, the Leander Way, and of course our learning model. And how did those fit in? I think we've already taken the graduate profile piece and started that refinement process. So for me, that's almost in a somewhere in between the three core beliefs, vision, and mission, and the other guiding documents, just because we've done some more refinement work on it already. But how do these things fit together? How do you feel about the lenses that we're looking at this through, our critical processes, and then how priority goal areas fit, and then what that means for actual strategic planning? And thank you, Sarah.
I'm disappointed you kept continuous learning cycle from us before we did vision. Like, that was really good wording, like that we're continually pushing our students forward, or just, that the fail forward, right? It's try and try again and wait until you find something, and so I like that, because I don't know if what we kind of drafted, if it really captures that essence of this is the safest place to fail. And so how do we get that drilled into what we're saying?
Alexis, I just want to make a connection to that. And, as we think about a strategic plan, how do we create that environment for everyone in our system, right? That we take risks in order to ensure that we're taking care of our students, right? So that permeates through the whole system. I think that's powerful.
I don't know if it's because mission, we were just talking about it, but when I look at key processes, I think I'm trying to put that in as mission a bit, as far as like, how do we get there? And so I just find myself wondering, like, is that what we're saying is if we had these 4 things in place, is that going to get us to where we want to go? And, are those the right umbrellas, or are there other umbrellas? So that was just kind of my thought. Do we think that is comprehensive? Those are the big umbrellas, or what's been the discussion on that?
So that's a great question. So a number of years ago, I want to say maybe 4 years ago, we had really taken a lot of feedback from stakeholders in our system of, what are those drivers for improvement in our system? When we really narrow it down and through lots of continuous improvement tools, we got that from campus leaders, district leaders, and really looking at those foundational processes. And when it came down to it, it was these things: the high functioning PLCs that focus on high quality teaching and learning, leadership development, and then just culture is huge. And so we have connected all of our work towards that. We've affectionately called them the big rocks because they are some of that foundational work. I think that is a great question of, do we need to revisit those? We were making connections of some things that were already in our system, but as we continue in this work on mission, are there some other things that should be considered there? That's definitely something we can look at.
I like the question. I see mission work that we were doing tonight as influencing how we do the inside of these processes. So not necessarily that the processes change for me. So PLC is a great process, but what exactly happens inside that PLC process, I think, is influenced by this conversation of what do we want the paradigm to be for learning in the district. and who owns that learning. So I think the mission statement becomes critical to driving what's inside of these processes for me, but that's a great point. You've made me think.
I'd like to see something in here, because one thing that's, to me, conspicuously absent, and maybe I'm missing the thrust of this exercise, is our parental partnerships. We have the student experience, we have equity, diversity, inclusion, we have the PLCs, we have teaching and learning, we have leadership, but I don't see where we're partnering with what the parents of our students, what their expectations are. And that goes back to your earlier discussion about, what are our community's hopes and dreams? Where does that fit into this, or does it?
Well, I think that was one of the things our group worked on, was talking about the partnership with, the partnership with the, core beliefs. It's already there with that partnership with families. But one of the things that our group came up with in the mission, when our mission ideas were including that partnership with families. So I think it can be captured there. But I think as far as this being a strategic planning for the district, that partnership with families can be kind of interwoven in many different places.
Fair enough. That's why I was asking the question.
We had some discussion, did some work on deeper learning previously. There's some kind of related concepts. I guess I'm going to raise some language, and I don't know if it's inherently included or if it's separate. So in my mind, we've talked additionally about critical thinking, which to me may be part of deeper learning, but maybe not. At its core, in my mind, it's the ability to see an issue from many sides and go deeply into what drives points of view or perspectives or approaches around the different facets of an issue or a question or a topic. I think in the context of deeper learning, we talked a little bit about applied learning being really a key avenue to experience deeper learning. And that led me to another concept that I think we talked about there, which was integrated learning, where we're taking learning from two different subjects, and we're kind of reinforcing by integrating the learning around a single issue or a single assignment or activity. But I don't know, I mean, integrated learning has, I think, more impact on curriculum development and those kinds of things. I'm not sure if it's necessarily inherently deeper learning. Let me pause there around, I guess, those three concepts of critical thinking, applied learning, and integrated learning, and see if those are captured here or if they're additional or what other people think about them.
So I think that's a great point. What is so hard is in a framework trying to, you can't capture everything in it, right? So trying to, what are those key pieces that we could put in here that show those connections, knowing there's so much to even that one box on deeper learning, because you're right, there are lots of components that you all talked about here that we're still digging into as well. And so in my mind, and that's why that row is labeled lenses, right? So as we go through PLCs and we are thinking about high quality teaching and learning, I'm thinking with that lens of deeper learning and how does that transcend all the way down into the system, right? And so that's where you get some of those pieces that you're talking about that are embedded in that deeper learning. I don't know if that helps. That's how I see that connection, but definitely open to other thoughts.
If the answer is they're incorporated under that umbrella, then that's fine. I agree there's a lot to potentially capture there. Just because we use the word lenses, for me, critical thinking and deeper learning may not be the same thing because it's kind of how you approach and analyze an issue, and what you experience may be different to accomplish deep learning versus critical thinking may be broad learning, right? Seeing an issue from many different angles. And so those may be two different experiences. And so I wasn't sure if those should conceptually be different, or if they should be connected, or how we're thinking about it.
So I see us stepping back up one level. If you look at graduate profile, then the first one is, I can't see that far. It says critical thinking on it. Critical and creative thinkers, right? And I think it steps then back down to one of these orange boxes, which one of those is potentially, when we say goal areas, is student learning. And then all the things that unpack underneath student learning, which is academic achievement, critical thinking. I mean, I think there's a lot of detail unpacking that happens in that strand as well, but I think it also comes back up to this conceptual level of, which is sitting inside those guiding documents. So that addresses critical thinking. Integrated learning is a curriculum issue, I think, and again, for me, that comes back down into that area of student learning. So how do we organize the system around the paradigms that we have for what student learning looks like and feels like in the district? And then I think applied learning fits in there too. So what experiences are we giving our kids in terms of student experience that helps to accomplish these goals? So I don't think we can afford to lose the detail of this, though. And so I think these are critically important concepts that need to be talked about.
Okay, and when you say student learning, I think that's the same as student experience. Is that right, if we're looking at it from the lenses? Or are you I'm just not sure where that anchors, right? I don't see student learning in any of the boxes here. I'm just not sure.
And partly because we haven't filled out the goal areas yet, right? The priority goal areas. So potentially it fits in there somewhere as one of those priority goal areas. We haven't developed that or had that conversation yet. So what I'm trying to paint the picture of is I think it exists all the way through this system, but needs to be articulated more carefully as we step through the next steps of this process. But ask me more questions.
Well, and I don't know if this builds on or is a side tangent, or maybe I'm missing something, but when I look at our agendas, when we have student experience, where we're focusing on our learning outcomes, things to help not only, what's going on, but essentially, it should all be heading to their learning, reaching their maximum potential.
I agree. I just think student experience for me is even bigger than that. So it includes, it includes, do they feel respected? It includes, how are they treated? It includes, what do they feel? It includes these 10 ethical principles about how they interact with each other. I mean, I think that for me is just it includes, I think student learning for me is a subset of student experience, but is not the entire student experience.
I had one other topical question. We've talked previously about life skills and adulting and those kinds of things. I don't know that it really is captured, or maybe I'm not seeing it in our graduate profile. I don't know if it's reflected elsewhere, or if it's a lens potentially that we're looking at in terms of those critical skills for adulting. And I think some of it's skills and some of it's knowledge, right?
So, and I think to that, it is something, and I'm just taking notes as we're talking, as we get through to that next level on priority goal areas and actually the improvement planning. I think that's where you will see some of those things naturally emerge. It's not up there yet because we haven't identified, like Dr. Gehring said, what, collectively, what are those key levers that if we focus on will get us to that vision. So it could be maybe a whole child is that goal area focus, because that I can see throughout all of these pieces where that could naturally fit down into some of the strategy work to achieve that.
is fascinating to me how often I'm hearing this concept of adulting coming out from our students. And then I even heard somebody talking about their college kid is doing quite well adulting right now. It's just fascinating how often I'm hearing it right now.
So I know that's like the N word, right, to use is adulting, but something that was very powerful when Caleb went to college was learning how and being your biggest advocate. Can you advocate for yourself? Can you, and it's that ownership of learning, right? Like being a driver instead of, and so just that I can advocate for myself and I can ask the questions and I can get in the right courses to do the right thing, and so advocacy is that personal advocacy is important and powerful.
All right, anything else? Really good discussions. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Dr. Gary.
Thank you.
Board members. All right, let's move on to 8B3, the last item in our main part of our agenda here. And my system is frozen again. But yay, I still have it up. Review of the Texas Association of School Boards initiated localized policy updates 116 with additional district changes to policies FFAC and GKA. Board members, we do not have to complete an in-depth discussion tonight. This is up, and so we can do a basic discussion, but we don't have to put this on the meeting for approval next time if y'all think we need to take another stab at it, another approach at it. So let's go ahead and hear Sean, don't forget to introduce yourself, what he has. We'll see what questions we have and if we think we need another go at this.
Thank you. Sean Swisher, General Counsel for the district. And I'm going to take a layer of mask off because maybe I'll be a little less muffled. Oh, is that better? God, I can hear myself now. It's amazing. I'm glad you brought up that we're not in a big time crunch on this particular update and this policy proposal. There's no time-sensitive proposals in here, so if we need to take more time, please feel free to do so. And during the course of this discussion, you also note that on the agenda that we didn't put this for action tonight. This is simply for discussion and to make sure that we are airing any of the questions you might have. And I invite our policy review subcommittee members to weigh in with any kind of observations that they may have had as well. I would say that this particular policy update is a very modest package of proposals. Essentially, I've sort of characterized it as tying up the loose threads before we come out of a new legislative session, in which case, we'll see what's been done to us and all the new types of policy changes we might have to make in response to that. In the meantime, I just note that the policy committee is also meeting on some other district initiatives, including equity and our materials review and those types of things. And so we'll be coming back to the board and at later dates to discuss what comes out of those. Ultimately, in these proposals that you see here that TASB sent, staff is recommending, for the most part, adopting the TASB proposals as presented. We've only made a couple of changes as a result of discussion that we had in the committee. And really, without belaboring it, because hopefully you've had a chance to see the materials, I just really want to open up the floor to questions you have so that we can make sure we're prepared for future discussion or our future action if that's the direction you'd like to go.
Board members?
I was just going to mention, we discussed this in our policy review committee. I don't think there was anything particularly controversial or of significance or substance that we encountered. That's not to say that you may feel otherwise as you review it, but for our part, there wasn't anything here that we felt it important to call out or direct your attention to.
As I reviewed it, like Sean said, it looked like just cleanup.
I was just gonna say, the nurse sat in and, you know, the district nurse gave us, her name is just gone from now. Kristen Wickets, yes. I could see the initials and I just couldn't get there. And she answered our questions, you know, that this still gives her the empowerment and the tools that she needs and empowers the nurses on staff. And so that was my only concern, and she addressed those, so we're good to go.
Committee, thank you so much for y'all's work. This is exactly why it goes through a committee. I asked Sean a few questions actually about the things like the EpiPen, could they still do the unassigned? And he's like, yeah, the committee already talked about this. And I was like, great. So it helped me. Sean answered my questions, but what it helped me is to know that somebody else, our committee of our board, already looked also in detail and depth at it. So thank you all for your work. I'm fine. And other than the fact that, as you said, the other policy issues that are going before y'all, hopefully at some point, I know we talked about EMB, we talked about EF local. I know gifted and talented at some point is something we wanted to look at. So I know there's future discussions coming up, but I don't have any other questions. Do we need to do an approval at our next meeting, right?
Yeah, if there aren't any further questions, I would propose that at our next meeting, we put this up for action.
Okay.
Can we put it on consent?
Board members, are we fine with
That's up
putting
to
it
the
on
board.
consent? Yeah, that's fine.
I am. I think, I mean, like Aaron mentioned, the committee didn't have any concerns about this. The few questions we had, our nurse answered. So I'm fine with moving it to consent. If it fits under consent, it does? Okay.
I think that's okay, just as a general practice. Maybe it's better if we take action on it specifically, but like we've said, I don't think there's anything extraordinary.
So Aaron, are you okay with it being on consent for this one, or do you have a reservation for putting this one on consent?
I don't have any personal reservation. My thinking is just where we're talking about policy updates, and there's a tranche of policy updates here that we leave it on regular order to allow board members to ask any questions if they come up between now and then.
That's fine.
All right, so then we'll just leave it on the regular agenda then. Okay, great. But thank you. Thanks, committee, for all the work. There was actually a lot to go through. And Sean could tell by my questions, I had a lot, and really the time saved and cut down thanks to all the work that y'all did. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, board members, that concludes that part of our agenda. We need to move on to closed session, as long as my system doesn't freeze up. All right, we will now move on to closed session for the purposes permitted by, we don't have meeting with our attorney on here. Is that correct? We do? Then my system's messed up.
Yeah, it's
oh, here we go.
551-071.
Let me just do the hard copy. I'm just having technical issues. Texas Government Code 551. Okay. It is 11:25. The board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, evaluation of internal auditor. And Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, consider of term, probationary, non-Chapter 21 employment contract renewals for administrators, teachers, and other professional educators. There will be no action in closed. We'll come back to open for closed. Come back to open for any actions that we might have. Board members, it is 12:22. Happy birthday, Trustee McKay. Thank you for celebrating your birthday with us. Are there any motions from closed session?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for probationary renewals, extensions, and non-Chapter 21 for the administrator contract renewals as presented in accordance with salary scales, policies, and contracts of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Motion from Anna, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021 and 2022 school year.
Motion from Anna, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Last one.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
Second. Have a motion from Anna, second from Alexis. All those in favor, raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. If there are no objections, we adjourn. 12:23. Thank you, board.